Hello everyone, and welcome to today's live stream going from Berlin to Palma de Mallorca. So, before we start, as this is still one of my very first streams, can you tell me how good can you hear me? And later on, please also tell me how good you can hear air traffic control. Alright, so today's route, I've got the flight plan open already. We're going to fly as a TUI 579, call sign TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike. And this is a VATSIM event, so I'm hoping that it's going to be a little bit busier than it was yesterday. Let's start with a quick briefing over here. Looking at our route, and here we've got our significant weather charts up for the flight. You can see it's mostly really good conditions. We're just about edging an area into near Martigues, where there may be some isolated embedded thunderstorms up to flight level 330, but we should be flying well above that. Going down also to the wind chart, you can see it's mainly light and variable winds, so we don't expect any turbulence on today's flight. Even though we are slightly above the tropopause, in some cases really just slightly, but as long as we don't actually hit the tropopause, we should not get any turbulence there either. Okay, that much about our planning, so let's have a look upwards quickly at the NOTAMs and at the weather that we're expecting on today's flight. So, number one, we are at real time, we're at live weather. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of traffic locked into here at Berlin already. Let's quickly see NOTAMs. There is log to 1 kilo and log to 1 Zulu and initial climb to read 4,000 feet. Okay, the log to 1 Zulu is something that we could probably run into, so we'll keep that in mind on the NOTAM side of things. Apart from that, on Mallorca, Spanish NOTAMs are always, let's call it, a lot and not very reliable. So over here, we're currently in the scheduled removal of the Palma San Juan VOR and the Ibiza VOR, but right now Ibiza is unserviceable, but San Juan is on service, so that's pretty much all that we care about for this flight. Alternate Ibiza, Papi unserviceable, and restrictions to glide path runway 06, including the columns. Okay, that's all not going to be our problem today. So in terms of the weather, we got some showers in the vicinity, few towering cumulus, and tempo until 1600 with thunderstorm forecast. Let's quickly check our arrival time. That is 1837, so we should hopefully not run into these thunderstorms, should we? No, we shouldn't. Okay, so basically weather on the arrival is good, weather at our alternate is good as well. But it is a VATSIM event and it's Spanish ATC. Now, nothing against the Spanish VATSIM colleagues who are doing a really good job. But, well, you know, in real life Spain is always a little bit off. Things can go well, things can go not so well. So due to the event, we'll just take, let's say, 15 minutes of extra fuel along. So make that plus 600 kilos, giving us 8.74, making 8.8 tons of fuel that we're going to take for today's flight. Right, quick word by the way. The livery you're seeing is the TUI Fly livery, created by Steve Drabeck, and he did a really good job providing me that livery just today for this flight. So that was really, really nice of him, and he even made some last-minute corrections to it that I asked for, and now I'm really happy with this livery. So thank you very much, Steve, for creating this for me on short notice. Alright, all of that said, let's now hop into the flight deck and get going. So, just before we start, I'll give you guys in the comments the choice. Are we flying from the captain's or from the first officer's seat? While you are deciding on that, I'm going to turn on the electrical power. Okay, I think that reaction is pretty obvious. That's like 90 to 1 for flying from the captain's seat, so that's what we are going to do. Stall warning. Sometimes it works even if you haven't reached the 4 minute yet that it takes for the test to actually work. Sometimes it works if you just hold the buttons for a short while, and then the whole thing just gives you a small vibration on the control column, and that's all you need to confirm that it's actually working. Sometimes. Not always. And of course, today it doesn't. As always when you're trying to demonstrate something. Alright, let's do the boarding in real time. For the fueling, I'm thinking, well, we want to get going, don't we? So, what's SimToolkit actually telling us here? Load sheet, pop out. Passengers were full, and 2.1 tons of cargo. Yeah, okay, this is a holiday jet. There's going to be a lot of cargo in here. Alright, we've got the fuel. We'll get the ground services going in a second, so let's get into this a little bit more fancy stuff here. Now, just a quick word. Since we are flying 2 aircraft today, I'm going to use some of the data link features of the FMC. Just be aware, I'm not 100% a professional on the data link stuff because my airline isn't actually using it. Alright, that's Berlin to Palma, 933 miles, excluding the sits. That sounds about right. So, how far are they? They're about ready for boarding. Perfect. So, Palma 06, is that true? No, that's definitely 24. I don't know why SimBrief is doing this sometimes. So, quick look once again into the engine out SIDs. Once again, I can really recommend Blackbox 711's website and his channel. Great content and great information here. So on the runway track, 25 miles to hold. Far right engine out. Okay, route data uplink, yeah, we know that. No, we definitely don't want that. One of the small problems with the program desk pins that I'm using to pin things to the top of my desktop is that Microsoft Flight Simulator still recognizes the clicks in the background. Alright, they can start loading as well. Oops. Okay, how long is that IRS going to take? Yeah, should be finished any moment now. So, we'll just need some charts now. Just give me a quick second. I'll be right back with you. Alright, one thing real quick that I just have to mention. As some of you have seen if you read the video description, I know not a lot of people do, but some do. I'm actually on standby duty right now as we are doing this live stream, so in case my airline is calling and needs me to fly, then I will unfortunately have to close the stream pretty quickly and get to work. Only if that happens. I mean, I don't really expect it to happen anymore. Usually by this time of the day, it's approaching 6 PM now. You can consider a standby to be mostly done, but just to be 100% on the safe side, I just want you all to know. Right, 20 degrees outside. How warm is it actually getting in the cabin? Yeah. No, 34 degrees, much too warm. We'll get some air conditioning going. Alright, before I start briefing a wrong departure, let's quickly get our clearance and then see where this is going. So guys, please give me some feedback as to how good you can hear air traffic control now. Okay, I see some feedback to make air traffic control a bit louder. And let's do that. So, how is it now? Berlin delivery, hello, TUI-Jet 57 X-ray Mike, information, Golf correction information, Oscar request clearance to Palma.
TUI-Jet 57 X-ray Mike, hello, your number 4 from Zero. And other station calling, that was unreadable, that is only Phoenix 2-3.
Okay, so let's see how this is going now. Ah, I'm the first guy saying hello. Okay, so number 4 for clearance, but I already hear them saying lockdown 1 November, so let's just go ahead and start briefing that while we're waiting. Right, threats for the departure. Always find the taxi a little difficult in Berlin, so we'll just go careful. Go slow, make sure to verify our ATC clearance. Then let's start with a route check. So we're going from Echo Delta Delta Bravo, Lima Echo Papa Alpha, Tango Uniform India 57 X-ray Mike. The routing is via Lokdo, Zulu 117 Orchak, direct Bamki, direct Dibaga, direct Delta Kilo Bravo, direct Tetgo. November 869 Nemos, direct Geneva, direct Incos, direct Balzi, Upper November 852 Verso, Upper Lima 129 Lunik. And we're looking at a ground distance of 968 versus 946. Yeah, a little bit shorter because of the other arrival, so that's quite alright. Okay, some say ATC is still low, so let's try to get that. Right, now you hear ATC at the full audio. Let me hear how that is. Okay, so, here we go then, time ATC 1550 altimeters, actually a good case to set those, that's why we're doing these things. Altimeter 1025, reading 160, the flight directors are on with the master on my side, standby instruments set. It's gonna be a left seat takeoff on the runway 25 left, flaps 5, NDP 2, buck up at 1500. Special noise abatement here in Berlin, no full climb thrust below level 100 unless required for performance reasons. So, what are we gonna do then? EO sits straight at 25 miles, climbing to around about, let's make that 3000 feet, since we're pretty much at okay, I'll quickly finish up the briefing, then I'll take care of the audio. So, for the emergencies, above 80 knots I'll only reject for fire warning, engine failure, predictive wind shear warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly. If I call stop, I'll simultaneously close the thrust lever, disengage the auto throttle, apply max manual braking, verify operation of the RT auto brakes. Manually raise the speed brake lever, apply max reverse thrust. When the aircraft comes to stop, I'll set the park and brake. And if you call stop, I will note the brakes on, speed call, speed brakes up, or speed brakes not, and thrust plus normal up, normal indications. Call 100 knots, 8 knots, 6 knots, and the runway distance remaining. Verify your actions, call in emissions, I call auto brake disarm, and select flaps 40 when the parking brake has been set, and advise ATC of the reject. We then identify the failure and carry out an jolts as appropriate. If we decide to evacuate, we'll redo the evacuation checklist. Time permitting, we'll pull the CBR circuit breaker. So, if the call will be 4v1 is keep going, no actions below 400 feet except to cancel any warnings and raise the landing gear with a positive rate. 400 feet, verify heading select and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, we'll book up and retract the flaps on schedule. Flaps up, no lights, select level change, engage the automatics, set max continuous thrust, and then we'll decide on the further course of action. Okay, taxi is going to be a pushback to the right hand side. Then let's have a quick look at the taxi chart here as well. So parking down here, we'll go via Apron Bravo, Victor 2, and most likely Bravo Mike 8 or something, but we'll take the Mike 7 figures for our departure, so hopefully we will be ready to go straight away. Over here we'll probably push onto either Victor 1 or Victor 2, and then taxi entry south, there we'll get the frequency change. Right, our departure then is the Lockdown 1 November departure. We've got that one on a chart over here. And we're going to follow the radial 225 outbound Berlin-Brandenburg VOR until 7.9 DME. There's 114.1, that's now active on my radio. We'll make a right-hand turn 244 to Lulul. So that's 243 inbound to Lulul. Then 253, 10.8 is Zika, and 13.3 miles on 253 inbound to Lokdo. Okay, that should pretty much be it.
And Eurowing 4 kilo startup approved for pushback on 8 1 destination. Startup approved 1185 ready for startup.
So let's see, you want the ATC even louder, so let's see if I can still do anything about it. Nope. ATC is actually at maximum now. I can turn the simulator down a little bit, let's see how that's going to go. Jet 57 extra mic, ready to copy.
Jet 57 extra mic, located Palma de Mallorca, log to 1 November, departure flight level, flight 5000 feet, log to
Jet 57 extra mic is cleared to Palma, log to 1 November, departure flight plan route, climb by at 5000 feet, squawk 2025.
Jet 57 extra mic, feedback correct, 6% ready for startup.
57 extra mic, we are ready for startup.
57 extra mic, Moncha. Ja, da hat sich eine Palma disconnected. Startup approved, contact 8111855.
Jet 57 extra mic, startup approved, 121.85, confirm.
12185, correct.
Dankeschön, tschüss. Okay, that was a quick startup clearance. Didn't quite expect that. Sometimes we are definitely cheating a little bit on these things. So, let's do some performance real quick. So we've got 53.3 versus 53.1, and that makes 62.2. So, virtual performance tool, and we are in Berlin, 25 left. We said we'll take max 7 figures, the runway is dry. So, wind 350 at 7, variable 310040, then we'll take the most conservative, that's 040 at 7 knots, 20 degrees, 1025, and we have a takeoff weight of 62,200. 22k, 39 degrees with a takeoff run available 2515. So, 22k, 39 degrees, 94.4, that matches. Flaps 5. Looking at trim of 7 units, speeds 31, 32, 37.
Doing 689er, 3 Berlin April good day, pushback approved, face off.
Okay, so they can disconnect all the ground equipment. And the ground power as well. So do we have a tuck already? No, we don't. So let's just do this to get a tuck. Okay, so let's do the safety inspection checklist, and before start checklist down to the line. We should still be good in the in terms of the time, since the startup clearance is valid for 5 minutes. So, surfaces and shocks checked, maintenance status checked, battery on, electric hydraulic pumps on, landing gear lever down, ship's library checked. RS mode selectors, nav, gear pins are 1, 2, 3 removed. Probe covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 removed. Light test checked. Oxygen. Test 100%. Yaw damper on. Nav transfer and display switches, normal and auto. So, for the fuel. Where are we? Here we are. 8140 required. 8810 on board. 6 pumps on. Cabin utility IV galley power on. Emergency exit lights armed. Fast modes on. Window heat on. Air cannon press. Pax auto bleeds on set. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Instruments cross checked. Auto brakes. RTO. Hydraulics. Normal. Speed brakes. Down detent, park and brake set, step jump cutter switches normal, wheel fire warning checked, radius radar and transponder, set and out off, rudder and aileron trims, 3 and 0, takeoff briefing, discussed, PA, we'll do that later, FMC CDU, set, M1 and indicated airspeed box, automatic, we have a reduced 22K, 31, 32, 37 set, step trim, 7.1 set, performance band balance, sign send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight windows and cockpit door, locked, doors closed, passengers seated, before start checks complete.
Iberia 201, Berlin apron, good day, stand by, Quebec.
Berlin apron, hello, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, Bravo 11, request pushback.
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, Berlin apron, good day, pushback approved, face south.
Pushback approved, face south, on to Victor 1 or Victor 2, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike.
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, on to Victor 2.
Victor 2, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Let's have a quick look which one of the two that is.
Romeo 0 is ready for taxiing sequence.
The first one, okay. And facing south is to the right.
EC3 Romeo Zulu, taxi via Echo Hotel of Bravo.
And here we go.
Via Echo Hotel of Bravo, EC3.
Cockpit to ground.
And 1 to Lima Charlie, taxi via Echo Hotel of Bravo.
Echo Bravo, Alpine 1
Wings 30 Bravo Mike, taxi via Echo Hotel of Bravo.
Via Echo Hotel of Bravo, your wings 30 Bravo Mike.
Okay, while we're waiting here, somebody is asking why I didn't take over the takeoff speeds from the performance tool. And of course you are correct in that normally that is what you would do if they were different by more than 1 knot from the FMC calculated speed. However, the performance tool currently only has the 737-800, not the 700, which is why there is a difference. And why I'm taking the FMC values here. Okay, below the line, air compacts off, anti-collision on, park and brake set, transponder out off, before start checks complete.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
Okay, off block at 02, 2 minutes delay, and we'll just put that on ramp congestion since it was so full.
Aero Charter 9 Echo Foxtrot, contact count on 1, 207, bye bye.
1 to 1, decimal 7 for you, Charter 9 Echo Foxtrot, bye bye.
EC3 Romeo Zulu, same for you, count 1, 207, bye bye.
1 to 1.7.
Okay, beyond the line, starting 2.
And 1 to Lima Charlie, same for you, count 1, 207, bye bye.
And 2.
Going 30
All pressure.
Bravo Mike, contact count 127,
And 1.
bye bye.
127, you're range 30 Bravo Mike.
Iberia 201, pushback approved, face east.
Pushback approved, face east, Iberia 201.
Start a cutout, monitor 2. And isolated pack operation,
Pushback completed.
starting
Set
engine
parking
1.
brake.
Parking brake set. Ground. You may disconnect.
Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual.
Going
Thank
4
you and
kilo, contact
goodbye.
count on 127, bye bye.
And 2. All pressure. And 1.
On the line 1965, swing over right onto Victor Charlie, thereafter taxi via Victor Charlie and Victor 4, hold short entry north.
Just while I see it, we rushed a little bit here, so let's just put speed restriction and initial climb on the legs page here as well. That does help with the route keeping a little bit. Okay, start a cutout, monitor 1, 1 stable.
993, taxi via Victor 2, hold short entry south.
Victor 2, hold short entry south.
Okay, flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, left, right, neutral. Before taxi checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches, continuous, propede on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, PAX auto, bleeds on, isolation valve auto, flaps. So that's 5 required, 5 selected and green light. Step trim, 7 units required set. Start levers idle detent, flight controls checked, recall checked, before taxi checks complete. 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, request taxi.
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, taxi via Victor 2, hold short entry south.
Victor 2, hold entry south, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Okay, so that's basically straight ahead, holding short of the entry. Clear left, clear right.
Papa, pushback approved, face east.
Config. Yeah, so we go all the way straight and then hold short front of Echo there, that's entry south.
And 13 Delta, Super Berlin, apron, good day, taxi via Victor 1, hold short of Echo.
Before takeoff checks to the line. Config, check, flaps, 5, green light, step trim, 7 units, set, takeoff briefing, left seat takeoff, runway 25 left, flaps 5, NADP 2, backup 1500, speeds 31, 32, 37, set, sit straight ahead, slight left turn, contact departure when advised, and EO sit straight ahead, climbing 3000 to 25 miles.
6118.
Alternate cabin.
Via Victor Mike, Victor 2, hold short entry south.
Oh, that's quite a couple aircraft waiting there.
3Jet 57 X-ray Mike, contact count 127, bye bye.
121.7, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, cheers.
Going 68993, contact count 120.
Control low, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, entry south, able Mike 7.
2Jet 57 Mike, taxi early call from inside left via Victor 2 and Mike 7.
Taxi holding point 25 left via Victor 2 and Mike 7, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Okay, so Mike 7 is the one straight ahead as we've briefed it earlier here. And we don't need these anymore. Okay, that easy is waiting there. Clear left and clear right. Let's hope that since air traffic control is giving us Mike 7, that the other aircraft might just all have some slots and we can just overtake them. But I'm afraid that's not gonna happen.
Contact now on 118.8, bye-bye.
118.8, 2Jet 57X from Mike, bye-bye.
Enjoy your flight.
Danke. Berlin Tower, hello, 2Jet 57X from Mike, Mike 7, ready for departure.
Jet 57X from Mike Tower, hello. This is a 429er, contact departure 134, 425. 429er, contact departure 134, decimal 425. Romeo Zulu, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 25 left, for takeoff.
Easy 3 Romeo Zulu, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
Tower, hello. Airline 909er, Tower, hallo. Lufthansa 319er, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 255, clear for takeoff.
Let's see, one aircraft that's just rolling and at least another two at the holding point. So we're looking at least at some probably 5, 6, 7 minutes.
German Air Force 909er, line up runway 255. Lining up 255. Hello. 6893, Mike 7. 6893, hello. Tower, good afternoon. Seabird 1, Papa Tango, welded at runway 25 right at Lima 7, will be ready in a few minutes. Seabird 1, Papa Tango, Tower, hello, yeah, then just before 32. Oh, okay. D3 Romeo Zulu, departure 120, decimal 625, correct?
D3 Romeo Zulu, 120, 625, clear launch.
Fine, 120 Charlie, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
Right, so if this routing here is still incorrect when we are airborne, then we'll just have to hand fly that short part of the departure. Could of course just also enter direct once we've passed Delta Bravo 260, but let's have some fun, shall we?
So 319er, contact departure 124, decimal 425, correct?
Hello, Kier 192, 2100, final 255.
Yeah, 192 X-ray Tower, hello, 1 departure.
1 departure.
German Air Force 909er, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 255, clear for takeoff. And Seabird 1, Papa Tango, we're ready. Papa Tango, Roger, 1 arrival prior to the departure. Good Alpha Tower, hello, 1 departure. Okay. Doing 30 Bravo Mike, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff. Left, clear for takeoff, you're running 30 Bravo. Fine, 1 Lima Charlie, contact departure 120, decimal 625, okay? Übrigens 4 Kilo, behind the next arriving KLM Boeing 737, line up runway 25 left and base behind. Behind the next arriving 7, line up runway 25 left. Jump on the 2 X-ray, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 25 left, clear line. Right, clear line, too. Upwind 2 Alpha, wind 320 degrees 7 knots, runway 25 right, clear line. Here's one Papa Tango, behind the next arriving Austrian Airbus A321, line up runway 25 right and base behind. Behind the arriving Austrian A321, line up runway 25 right, behind CZ1. Okay. So Nepos 909, contact departure 134, decimal 425. 909, 134, decimal 425. 30 Bravo Mike, departure 120625, ciao. 20625, 30 Bravo Mike, danke dir, ciao. Stem 19 to X-ray, vacate next right and ground 121, decimal 7, goodbye. Mike 121, thank you for waiting. Jet 570 Mike behind, next departing Eurowings Airbus A320 Neo, line up runway 25 left and base behind.
Jet 570 Mike behind the Eurowings A320 line up runway 25 left behind. That's got to be him then.
Runway 25 left, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 25 left, consider alright. Remind my frequency please.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for departure. Before takeoff, checklist below the line. MCP. Set. Transponder. TA array. Strobe lights on. Holding at landing lights. So there he comes.
Syria 2 Papa Tower, hello. Syria 6118, line up runway 25 left and base, 1 intersection departure.
Okay, they're lining up somebody at the full length, but that's not gonna be our problem.
Juliet Alpha, vacate left and ground 121, decimal 7, ciao. So my bad, ground 129, 5 bitte. Ist auch recht, 129, 5.
Tower, hello, Iberia 201, holding Mike Niner.
201, tower, hello. We've got 1 Papa Tango, wind 320 degrees, 7 knots, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Runway 25 right, clear takeoff, speed 1 Papa Tango. And line 1965, behind next departing British Airways A300, line up runway 25 right and base behind. Wind 4 kilo, departure 120,625, ciao. 120,625, bye-bye, 4 kilo. Nehmen 713 Bravo Tower, hallo.
Good evening, Berlin Tower, Lufthansa 200 Foxtrot Friesen.
Lufthansa Foxtrot Tower, hallo. Jet 570 Mike, wind 320 degrees, 7 knots, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 25 left, clear takeoff to Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete. Timing Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal. Checked.
Squid 1 Papa Tango, contact departure 134.425. 134.425 for departure.
Climb flight level 802 jet 57X for Mike. Set 80 checked. And we have flaps up, no lights. Set standard after takeoff checklist. Air condition and pressurization 1.8, climbing set. Altimeters. Sun standard, passing 3.5, climbing 80. And VNAV. I'm not going to pull it up all the way into the flight director anymore, since we are already at 3 to go. So, speed intervent, 250. Continue present heading to jet 57X for Mike. To jet 57X for Mike, climb level 150. Set, 150 checked. Okay. Heading select and VNAV. Right heading 270 to jet 57X for Mike. Stop climb level 100 to jet 57X for Mike. Hold. Set. 100 checked. Level change. Manual thrust. Okay, it's gotta be him that he's trying to get us clear of. We'll just keep the airplane slow as well then, so that the other guy can do his climb and get out of our way. Anyway, we can release the cabin crew and already do the 10 checks. Fuel is balanced with 6 pumps on, the lights are off, APU off, air can press 4.2 maintaining set, fasten belts remain on for now, recall checked 1 to 1.5, monitoring 10 checks complete. To jet 57X Mike, left heading 240. To jet 57X Mike, climb level 160. Set, 160 checked. VNAV. Okay, full ground thrust. Right by 10, 124, 175 to jet 57 X-ray Mike, ciao.
Line 1 to Lima Charlie.
Radar low, to jet 57 X-ray Mike, passing 130, climb 160, heading 250.
Jet 57 X-ray Mike, frame low identified, center level 260.
Climb flight level 260 to jet 57 X-ray Mike.
Altimeter 909er, turn right heading 230, contact wind gen 1.
Set, 260 checked, VNAV, and auto thrust. Okay, from now on it's gonna be a lot of straight flying. Autopilot on, command A. Master caution fuel, that's the center tank, that's empty, and that makes sense. Center pump's off.
Dropping 4 kilo, contact München 133-225 dabei.
133-225 dabei.
Super, von Papa Tango stand right heading 260.
Right heading 260 degrees, Seabird 1 Papa Tango. Radar, hello, area 618, copy for level 10, level 160,
Set up 6118, frame hello identified.
Right, and passengers released.
Area 6118, center level 260.
So let's see, estimated time of arrival 1836, and we're scheduled to be there 1845. Perfect.
Good evening, Bremen Lufthansa 2 Foxtrot passing Shuttle 80 climb 160 inbound Boston.
The cylinder Foxtrot frame hello identified, center level 260.
What's the temperature doing in the back there? 27-ish. Let's put that down a tiny bit.
Hello, Canada 741, flight 760.
Even 71 Bravo frame hello identified, center level 380.
Level 380, level 1.
Super, von Papa Tango, proceed to Ortac.
Proceed direct left to Ortac, Seabird 1 Papa Tango.
On the line 1965, proceed to Balearics. Sierra 5 Bravo Alpha Romeo, contact Berlin arrival 126 decimal 425 dabei.
126 decimal 425, ground Romeo, ciao.
Ich will Sierra 5 Bravo Alpha Romeo, service me, sorry.
Roger that, ground Romeo.
Sierra 5 Bravo Alpha Romeo, Houston, flight level 60, sorry.
Descending to 6,000 feet, ground from now.
Super 1 Papa Tango, contact München 133225, goodbye.
133-225, Super 1 Papa Tango, bye.
Sierra 6118, then right heading 270.
Right heading 270.
Vertical speed.
Lufthansa 29 Foxtrot, then right heading 270.
Lufthansa 29 Foxtrot, heading 270.
Ticket 57 X-ray Mike, proceed to Osloon, contact München 133225, goodbye.
TJ 57 X-ray Mike Dart, Otloon, and say again the frequency.
133.225.
133.225 TJ 57 X-ray Mike, bye.
On the line 1965, Panther level 320. On the line 1965, Panther level 320.
Rhein radar
Okay, that's
128,
Otloon and Elnaving.
Rhein 128, 075,
München hello, TJ 57 X-ray Mike, passing 257, climbing 260 in Mount Otloon.
Jet 57 X-ray Mike, München identified, hello, climb flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310 to Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Any chance to proceed direct bunkie or something?
Oh, negative, not yet. 0 wings 4
Set.
kilo, proceed
310
direct,
checked.
bunkie.
VNAV.
Direct bunkie, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, München identified, hello, climb flight level 300. Climb flight level 300, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango. German Cargo 599.
So let's quickly see for the cruise. Optimus 380 filed at 370. So we'll just check 370 as well. Quick look into the flight plan.
187, climb flight level 31, correction 300.
The higher is not available, lower is using more fuel, so 370 it is.
German Air Force 909er, speed 280 knots. Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, speed 270 knots. Speed 270 knots, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango. 0 wings 4 kilo, speed 280 knots. Speed 280 knots, German Air Force 909er, contact Rhein radar 128, decimal 075. 0 wings 4 kilo, contact Rhein radar 128, decimal 075. 128, 075, wings 4 kilo. Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, climb flight level 310. Climb level 310, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango. Confirm your speed is 270. Yeah, we're slowing down to 270 knots, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango. Thank you, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, contact Rhein radar 128, decimal 075, expedite reducing speed. 128, 075, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, bye. Twitchet 57 X-ray Mike, speed 270 knots, contact Rhein 128, decimal 075.
TJ 57 X-ray Mike confirmed 270 knots?
Correct.
Wow, okay, 270 knots and say again the frequency.
128075.
128075 to Jet 57 X-ray Mike.
German Cargo 599er, descent 5000. Eurowings 4 kilo, reduce Mach decimal 76 as well, please. Mach decimal 76,
Fine radar low to Jet 57 X-ray Mike, passing 303, climbing 310 in Mount Ortag, speed 270.
Jet 57 X-ray Mike, servus, radar contact, climb level 370.
Climb level 370 to Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Which speed do you want on conversion?
For now, 77, I call you back.
77 to Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Set, 370 checked. VNAV, speed intervent. Okay, that's 370 once, twice, and 3 times. Monitoring 1 to 1.5. And then it's 270/.77.
Airport 909, negative, climb 330.
And for cruise for now, 0.77 as well.
Speed
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango.
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, just stop checking.
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, hello, radar contact, climb level 350.
Climb level 350, Speedbird 1.
Future 57 extra Mike, actually speed with you. Future 57 extra Mike, free speed.
Jet 57 extra Mike, free speed. And Econ. And for the climb as well. Econ.
Alpine 12 Lima Charlie, contact München 132.55, servus.
Angle of bank 10. And while we're at it, let's check the pressurization real quick as well. Temperature is 26, put that down a bit more.
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, free speed.
Free speed, Speedbird 1.
German Air Force 909er, free speed. Jet 57 extra Mike, direct Dinkles Blue.
Direct Dinkles Blue to Jet 57 extra Mike. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV.
Wings 4 kilo, free speed.
Speed during 4 kilo.
German Air Force 909er, contact München 132.55, servus.
Right radar, hello, Ivario 6118, copy, for level 290, inbound, 0 kilowatt.
Iberia 6118, hello, radar contact, climb level 370
Want to go,
on
monitoring
conversion, Mach
VNAV.
decimal 77 operator.
Right level 330 on mark 0177, Ivario 6118.
6118 on conversion 77 or greater, please climb 370.
77 or greater, Ivario 6118.
Good evening, Radar Radar Lufthansa 2 Foxtrot, passing Shuttle to Manfred, Kleinschreiben, Prima to Banten.
Lufthansa 2 Foxtrot, servus, call your wings. Eurowings 4 kilo, contact München 13255, servus.
13255,
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, direct Nator, November Alpha Tango Oscar Romeo.
Direct Nator, Speedbird 1.
And here we are.
3 wings 187 on the frequency.
Concept.
Runway radar. Good evening, Wings 187. Review for 310.
3 wings 187, hello,
Let's
radar
request some wind
contact
steer as
level
well,
35.
and while we have the time, let's also do some paperwork.
50, Wings 187.
Lufthansa 29er Foxtrot, climb level 350 on conversion.
We're in
maximum
off block, we
77
send
expect.
1602.
Lufthansa 29er Foxtrot, climb level 350 and Mach point 777 on conversion.
Rhein radar, gute Lufthansa 445, passing.
Airborne at, what's that,
Lufthansa
18?
445, not in my airspace, back to Unicom, bye bye.
Actually, is it?
Unicom, bye.
Let's make that 17.
Weather moving at wind 6986. Palma 69.
The wing 689 yellow, radar contact climb level 370 on conversion.
Really the
maximum
important stuff, top
77
of
operation.
climb, we've been here at 39.
Jet 57 X-ray Mike, contact München 132.55, service.
132.55 to Jet 57 X-ray Mike, just.
3 wings 187, Unicom, bye bye.
Unicom. Cruiser 111, take the ILS runway 08 right, and descend for level 120.
So fuel on board now is 6940, and we've used
At what level is the period?
1780.
Continuous traffic is same level. The distance right now is 209. Okay, I was just wondering because he was he's showing at 500 feet below, so that's my point.
Lufthansa 1242 is ready for descent.
Lufthansa 1242, Roger, for your descent, monitor Unicom. Have a great afternoon.
Bye bye, thank you.
München radar low, TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike, flight level 370 inbound Delta Kilo Bravo.
Jet 57 X-ray Mike, target
Turret NATO, TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike. NATO. Enough available. Enough. So, back to the operational flight plan then. What did we say? Off block at 17.
134.6, right, 2 go progress, yes.
So now comes the fun part, calculating all those overhead times. Which is something I'm actually pretty glad about, that it's been automated now in real life.
Mutual, good afternoon. Seabird 1, Papa Tango, maintaining flight level 350 inbound to Nassau.
With 111, fly heading 275.
275 to 111.
Seabird 1, Papa Tango, hello, you're in. Jet 578 from Mike 370, you're requested.
TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike, confirm.
Hello, IYS 618. Passing level 360, climbing level 310, inbound 701.
Hello, Iberia 6118 here then.
So you see, this is quite a bit of work filling in all the stuff we have here.
Good evening, 45 Delta Victor, level at 290.
Goes quite a bit faster if you actually are able to do this thing by hand and not use Adobe Reader to fill it in, but my setup is not that advanced. So, let's see. According to Lufthansa Systems, we land at time 38. According to the schedule, we land at 45, and according to Atari, we land at 32. Different runway, so that makes sense. So that's all good. Let's see, the next border is going to be Natwa, and thereafter Geneva. Alright, that's that part. 1019, let's pre-select that. Okay.
People 108 heavy, how do you read?
I reach you 555. PNH 23, would you be able level 370? Yep, level 370. Roger, climb level 370, and at 370 you can fly whatever speed you like. Level 370 and 370.
Alright. So that's pretty much all we can do. So from now on, this flight is going to become a little bit more relaxed for, let's see, the next hour and 10-ish. So for the next hour and 10, if you have questions, let me know, and then we can actually start doing a little bit of Q&A over here. Right, somebody's asking for an outside view, so yeah, let's do it for a short while. No, I'm normally not the biggest fan of going outside in cruise, but I can understand this airplane is almost to be released, so this is what it looks like. And when we are at it already, let's also have a quick look into the cabin.
Yeah, we can climb 370.
So this is what it looks like and what it sounds like in the cabin. So someone is asking if I'm flying the release version. The answer is, I guess PMDG is actually going to provide one more update before release. So this is not the final release version. While I'm changing through the views, note the subtle changes in the airplane sound associated with the different view positions. Oh well, this doesn't count.
The 1 Papa Tango, what is your Mach number at level 370?
Mach decimal 79, that one.
Alright, let's go back.
57 X-ray Mach, what is your Mach number?
Jet 57 X-ray Mach decimal 78. Right, so Philip is asking if... What's that again? Yeah, minus 99, so probably somebody turned on time acceleration there. But he's now stabilizing as well. Okay, so somebody's asking how to calculate the times in the operational flight plan. So let me actually give you an overview of the operational flight plan at all. The one you see here is the Ryanair format. So this equals almost the real-life Ryanair layout.
Good afternoon, Iberia 201 Turbo.
And if we are looking to find our way around the flight plan, basically, starting up here you have the release number and the IATA flight number. So this is the first OFP generated for this flight. It's going to from Berlin-Brandenburg to Palma de Mallorca. The weather forecast taken into account for this flight is from 15 UTC over the 18 UTC forecast to the 21 UTC forecast. And with the observations on the other side, we are going pretty much the similar way here. Observations are all from today, from the 8th of May at 6 UTC. Looking further, we have the ATC call sign, 2E57 X-ray Mike. And we're flying the Delta Alpha Hotel X-ray Golf, which is a 737-700 with CFM 56-7B engines. We're going from Echo Delta Delta Bravo, Lima Echo Papa Alpha, scheduled to leave at 1600 UTC, and scheduled to arrive at 1845. 125.2, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, ciao. So, excuse me.
Lufthansa 29 auf Oscar Lang 125 decimal 2 goodbye.
Iberia 6118 Langen 125 decimal 2.
125 is to Balearics.
Lufthansa 112 Swiss 134 decimal 6.
Good afternoon, Seabird 1 Papa Tango, we're climbing flight level 370 bound to Naples and requesting 5 minutes please.
Seabird 1 Papa Tango. Hello identified. And second request, you want to 5 minutes away?
Yeah, just 5 minutes please, yeah.
Yeah, sure, perfect.
I will go.
Langrada, hello, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, flight level 370 im Nator.
Yeah, one by one please. I just came up one by one please. 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, the Manuel, I take it. And the other station takeoff then only?
Alright, so back up in our flight plan here. So looking a bit further, over here we have the maximum weights of the aircraft, so max takeoff weight, max landing weight, max zero fuel weight, and below that we have the estimated weight, so 61 tons is our planned takeoff weight, 55.7 the planned landing weight, 53.1 the planned zero fuel weight. Below that we have our alternate airport, which is Ibiza, and then for the route we are filed at flight level 370 with a step climb to 380 at Bamki, and then a descent to level 370 at Tadgo. Tadgo is just in front of Nator, and since once we are in Switzerland the odd-even rules are actually odd levels going southbound and even levels going northbound. That's why we're just staying at level 370 here now, so that we don't have to do a step climb or step descent for only some 10 minutes of cruise flight before getting into Switzerland. Then going on, we have our cruise system here, which is Costin X22 on today's flight. The distance over the ground is planned at 968, and the air distance, that is basically the ground distance plus or minus the effect of the wind, is 936. The wind at the top of climb forecast at 339 at 12 knots, and the average is wind from 001 at 15 knots, which makes an average component of plus 13 knots. So on average we'll have a ground speed that's 13 knots faster than the true airspeed. The deviation from the standard atmosphere at the top of climb is that it's 2 degrees colder, and the average fuel flow on this flight is 2,233 kilos. So that value serves pretty fine as a check of your fuel flow. So right now we're using 1,990 kilos an hour, which is slightly less than the forecast, but we currently don't have any wind either, so if we had some wind the speed might be slightly different, so that might affect the fuel flow. So that's totally within the expectations. the fuel bias over here is the increased fuel flow versus the, let's call it, factory airplane. So if an airplane gets older, it gets some dents and everything, and it just loses a little bit of its aerodynamics, and therefore it might be using a couple percentages more fuel. I tend to say most aircraft you find in real life are in the region of 1 or 2% more fuel usage than the factory airplane. Now moving on, we have our fuel over here. That's pretty much self-explanatory. Trip fuel is what we're going to take, and it also gives you the time for the flight itself. Contingency is 5% of the trip fuel. Alternate fuel is what we need for the go-around at Mallorca, and then our diversion to Ibiza. Final reserve is the 30 minutes final that we're taking. And additional reserve is anything that our company might decide to give us as extra fuel. Then, of course, that adds up to our planned takeoff fuel. Anything that's operationally necessary would be down here, and that makes a takeoff fuel of 7970 with 3 hours and 40 minutes of fuel in the tanks at takeoff. On top of that, we have 170 kilos of taxi fuel, which is sufficient for 15 minutes of taxiing. Down here, the addition, we're going to use around 5.5 tons of fuel for this flight, and our reserves adds up to roughly 2.4 tons that we're going to type into our FMC. Tankering down here is if the company recommends to take additional fuel, because, for example, fuel might be cheaper at your point of departure than it is at your destination. So with every flight plan, the company is also calculating if it does make sense to take some more fuel than the minimum required, and that would be the tankering amount that would show up here in the flight plan. Next leg data is just a rough overview for the next flight planned on this airplane. Going down here, we have our diversion. So our commercial one alternate, that is the most economic for the airline to divert to, is Ibiza. We see our track, the distance and routing over here, planned flight level, and how much fuel and time that's going to take. Down here is our route ID. That's just the normal route that we're typing into the flight plan. This section here is actually an important one that I see neglected rather often in Flight Simulator. That's the operational impact section. And that is basically calculating how much, or rather how big the difference is if we would fly 2,000 feet higher or lower than the planned level. And also, if we are a ton heavier than planned, you also have your extra fuel burn over here. So you can see here, flight plan level change 2,000 feet above, so level 390 is not available because the performance of our aircraft does not enable us to climb to that level at this weight. And flying 2,000 feet lower would use up 50 kilos more fuel, but doesn't have an impact on the time. For the weight change then, if we were a ton heavier, plus 77 kilos of fuel, and you see a small minus here instead of the plus for the time, because it's probably going to take a couple seconds less because a heavier airplane is also flying faster.
I made a mistake at the destination airport. I will
then, over here we could write down our departure ATIS and our departure ATC clearance. Here we have our scheduled and estimated times for the flight. This section here is in case you have to do some manual takeoff performance calculation. So going down further, now on the header of the flight plan over here, we have the most critical minimum off-route altitude, that is 11,600 feet at waypoint Balzi. So we are flying over the Alps. You can slowly see them approaching on the navigation display. So over the Alps, the highest minimum off-route altitude for our flight would be 11,600 feet for a distance of 10 miles left and right of our filed flight. And the one over here, maximum shear, is basically a number that gives you the difference between the wind at your planned flight level and 2,000 feet higher, as well as, or 2,000 feet lower. So if there was a great difference in the wind, the maximum shear value would go up, and from about 3 onwards we have a reason to believe that there might be turbulence along our route. And then here it says at the top of climb, so it's also identified where the highest shear value is for our flight. So this one is 2 at the top of climb, so as I showed you earlier on the en route charts already, we are expecting a rather smooth flight. Now, getting to the original question that was asked, how to calculate the times in the operational flight plan. Basically, we have our estimated time overhead and our actual time overhead, and they are all dotted out over here so that we can enter something. So for the first estimated time overhead at our departure airport, we entered the time when we actually went airborne, so that was at 17. And now you see the expected en route time and then the total en route time to get to a certain waypoint. So the expected en route time is, for example, 2 minutes to the first waypoint from liftoff until overflying Delta Bravo 260. And the total time elapsed for the flight is also 2 minutes for that waypoint. Now you can see 17 plus 2 is 19, then for the next waypoint plus 2 is 21, plus 2 is 23, plus 2 is 25, and so on. And below that you have the total elapsed time added up. So if you are too lazy to do this calculation for every single flight, which I could certainly understand you may want to be, then you can also just have a look at the total flight time down here and compare it with the elapsed timer that we've started when we started the takeoff roll. And now, then this is all adding up. So what we're doing now in the flight is to mark our FIR boundaries, because that is where we expect some frequency changes from air traffic control. So we have NATOR, and thereafter we're going into Switzerland. So what we did, we have marked NATOR using the fixed page on our navigation display. So this is giving us a hint where we may expect the frequency change along our route, because we are passing into a new, either a new country or a new FIR boundary, or of course UIR boundary as you take it. Then for the duration of the flight, basically every 30 minutes we want to do a fuel check. So we did one at the top of climb at 39, so the latest by time 09 we want to do the next fuel check. 30 minutes is the target, 60 minutes is the legal maximum that you have to take. So I would say NATOR is actually at 06 estimated, so that's a pretty good waypoint to do our next fuel check. So we'll have an eye on it here, and when we're passing NATOR we are going to do a next fuel check. So now we are all the way going down on the flight plan here, and one comparison that we're doing when we reach our cruise flight is to take the time we've added up here. So we end up at 38. I'm leaving away the hours because, well, all you need really is the minutes. So 38 is estimated by our flight plan. The flight management computer is estimating 32. That's a 6-minute difference, and we can explain this because the arrival we have over here is for runway 06 in the flight plan, while in the FMC we've entered runway 24, as you can see here. And the difference, if we have a look at the navigation display, the difference is that basically over here we are more or less flying a straight-in approach. Whereas if we had to go for runway 06, we'd fly all the way around and our arrival would have been either like this or like that. So that's where the 6 minutes difference is coming from. Alright, and then of course we compare that with our scheduled arrival time, so 18:45, and we're estimating 18:32. Add some 5 minutes of taxi in time, so we'll be at the gate latest by 40, so we are running 5 minutes ahead of schedule. And that's pretty much all that we have to do with the flight plan as of right now. So looking at further comments and further questions now. Somebody's asking if I'm running at 4K and streaming at 1080. The answer is yes, unfortunately I have to do, because my internet is just not quick enough that I could stream in 4K without you guys experiencing some buffeting like every other second. So it's a compromise I have to do because of my internet, unfortunately. So somebody's asking about TCAS. Yeah, let's go into that for a short while. So TCAS is basically working based on the transponder of the aircraft. Our transponder here is sending an altitude output, and the different TCAS of the different aircraft are able to communicate amongst one another. So we can see that an aircraft up here is currently showing +00, and that means that this airplane is actually at our altitude, because the difference to our altitude is 0 feet. And then if we look at the next airplane up here, it's showing +20. That means it's 2,000 feet above our altitude, so at flight level 390. 134.6 to jet 57 X-ray Mike, cheers. So 134.6. Another small SOP here. Whenever we get a frequency change, we're writing it down in the operational flight plan. And while we're doing that, we're still listening to the old frequency. And that is because, in case the air traffic controller might have made a mistake with the frequency and might try to contact us again, then we would still be on the frequency for them to listen to it. So once we've written it down, then we can change it to active. And now call the next controller. Swiss radar, hello, 3jet 57 X-ray Mike, flight level 370 in Mount Nator.
3jet 57 X-ray Mike, Swiss radar, good evening, identified.
Okay, and now we're checked in with the next controller. So that's it. Alright, returning to the TCAS explanation then. There might be an arrow shown to the numbers here, and that is indicating if the airplane is climbing or descending. And the minimum rate required for the airplane to show you that arrow is 500 feet a minute. So if you have more than 500 feet a minute, then you would see an arrow, or rather if the other aircraft has more than 500 feet a minute, then we'd see the arrow next to the numbers. Now some small things how TCAS is working. You know the famous traffic advisory, traffic, and that's coming up when TCAS predicts that there is 40 seconds to a potential impact with another aircraft. And then at 20 seconds it is going to generate a resolution advisory, so either climb, descend, maintain vertical speed, or whatever it comes up with. So 40 seconds you get the first alert, the traffic, and at 20 seconds you then get a resolution advisory. And one last thing, that's the symbol at which the aircraft are showing. You see it as a diamond that's not completely filled here, so that's just other traffic, not important to our operation. And then when it gets closer, it would fill out to a solid white diamond until it would eventually turn amber to an amber square when it becomes traffic generating a traffic advisory, and then eventually it'll turn red if it becomes a resolution advisory. Now we're just passing over at Nator, so it's time for our next fuel check. So looking at the plan, Nator was predicted at 06, we're here at 07, so 1 minute later. We have 6,040 kilos in the tanks, and we've used 2,680 kilos.
64 radar, hello, identified, climb to flight level 120.
So we've got about 600 kilos extra fuel, and we've used 200 less than planned, so that's pretty much the extra fuel we took on the ground, so everything's normal over here. And one last thing I can do with the flight plan here is marking the next boundary. So after Geneva, we are actually looking for the boundary at Vatir down here, which is already Barcelona.
Lufthansa 429 is just radar, hello, call me back at Torpa, please. You call me again at Torpa, please. You're a little bit far away from my airspace still.
So, someone's asking if the 737 has ACARs. The answer is no, the PMDG 737 does not have ACARs. Because of the way that PMDG programmed it, and Microsoft Flight Simulator does currently not allow it to communicate to the outside. However, while it does not have ACARs, it does have a couple uplink features. We used one on the pre-flight preparation here to request our flight plan, and that is all working through the SimBrief exporter, which is basically placing some files like the route file or the wind data on your computer, and then the 737 is able to read it. So we're able to request the flight plans. We can request some performance data, however that is automatically generated by the 737 and does not necessarily match your operational flight plan. Then we also have the ability to request our en route winds, and we can request our descent winds, which I can actually do right now to show you how that is working. So Andrew is asking if the visuals and sounds of the trim wheel is realistic. The sounds are very, very good. I mean, they are recordings of the real aircraft. And the visuals, yeah, they aren't perfect, to put it that way. You can see it changing slightly here, but that's because of the way that Microsoft Flight Simulator works. What the real airplane is doing is that it sets the calculated trim value and then uses the elevator in order to keep the attitude desired. And only then, if it sets the correct altitude and senses a significant deflection of the elevator, then it adjusts the trim in order to get the elevator back to the neutral position. But if it's just slight elevator deflections, then the real one doesn't trim. Unfortunately, Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't allow that, otherwise the flight model would turn haywire. So that's why the PMDG is sometimes trimming a little bit, while the real one is a little less reactive on the trim wheel. However, trim sounds are implemented now. Okay, stand by 1 second, somebody's declaring Mayday here. Nobody's listening to it. Okay. So let's return to normal for now. Pete is asking if the trim wheel is turning too slowly. The answer is no. The rounds of the trim wheel compared to the change of the stabilizer position is actually correct. It's just that what you're seeing in cruise flight right now is these small deflections of the trim wheel that I just explained shouldn't be there actually. So, and in terms of when you hear the sound, I did a little bit of experimenting with that on the real airplane, and basically from about half a turn of the trim wheel you start hearing some sounds from it.
Lufthansa 819, descent 6,000 feet, QNH 1021. 6,000 feet, QNH 1021, Lufthansa 819. EC48 Lima, resume our navigation, Unicom on 122.8.
So, Fabio's asking if the internal model was redone or converted. It's actually completely redone. And it's redone to a much higher standard. If we just have a look at the EFIS control panel and the mode control panel here, you can see that actually the screws are all three-dimensional now. They haven't been, well, at least not all of them have been in the P3D version. And the panel overall is just much more detailed.
Hands clear, Opel to Golf arrival.
So what's my opinion on how much study level this aircraft is? Well, let me start by saying that I dislike the term study level. I know it's being used a lot in flight simulation, and I can understand where it comes from, but I really dislike the term. And let me tell you a story why, before I'm starting to actually answer the intent of that question. I don't like the term study level because you can actually study with anything. I know of at least one airline that does no longer exist by now that used the Aerosoft Airbus in their type ratings to make pilots comfortable with the layout of the flight deck and some basic Airbus philosophies. So they've been using the Aerosoft Airbus for a real type rating. And when I asked them about why they're using the Aerosoft and not the flight sim labs, they actually replied that they wanted something that is less complex because it doesn't provide negative training to their pilots. With the Aerosoft Airbus, the pilots knew, hey, this isn't meant to be a 100% working version of the real one. They just knew this is to get us to know the flight deck, to get us to know where the switches are, and to get us to know where, basically where everything is in the airplane. And it did a great job at that. I know of at least one other airline that is currently also using non-study level Airbus add-on for a flight simulator to do the same thing. So now the question is that study level? I tend to say there is no better or higher study level than it being used by an airline for the type rating. Does that mean that all the systems are 100% implemented? No, it absolutely doesn't. You can study with almost anything. You can study with the default Cessna if you like to. If you want to get an idea for your PPL, then yes, use the default Cessna. And you can absolutely study with it. So that's why I don't like the term study level. Now, to answer the real intent of the question, if we see study level as systems being completely implemented and being able to take out the flight crew operations manual and have a look at the airplane and see how the systems are reacting, then the answer is yes, it is study level, it absolutely is. The vast majority of systems on the airplane is working almost exactly like the real one is, so I guess that's what most of you understand as study level, and the answer is that yes, the vast majority of systems are working exactly like the real one. Can you study with it for the type rating? Let me divert into another story. I did my 737 type rating in 2018. Early. One moment.
Traffic on the same level. Can you accept level 380?
To jet 57 X-ray Mike A-firm, we can accept flight level 380.
What's your climb level 380?
To jet 57 X-ray Mike, climbing non-standard flight level 380. Set. 380 checked. Level change. Econ.
Bye-bye.
380 once, twice, and 3 times. Monitoring 1 to 1.5. Okay, so back to our story. The airline I'm flying for back in the day was still using paper mock-ups to get their pilots comfortable with the flight deck layout. And while it does add to the muscle memory, so that you can point at everything that you wish to operate, which also has its advantages, but while most of the people were doing that, I actually brought my whole computer along for the type rating, and when we got paired up with Buddy for the full flight simulator, with whom we are going to go through all the practical exercises on the type rating, then my simulator buddy and myself sat down in front of FSX back then, and the PMDG 737 NGX, the original one. And we used that to learn all our airline's SOPs. And we used that to see how the airplane behaves in action. And then when things got to the very first fixed base simulator session, then in that session we were supposed to set the airplane up from cold and dark, taxi out to the runway, and then the session was supposed to stop at the runway. We ended up doing a whole traffic pattern and doing the taxi in as well, because we were that much faster. And that was with the original PMDG 737 NGX. So that is how good these things are in order to study for type rating. Of course there are differences. During the duration of my course I came across quite a lot of things where I just thought, well, this was different in the PMDG than it was to the real simulator, and then later on to the real airplane. And yes, some things were different, but you know, there are so many different configurations for the real airplane available. Like some of them have the VNAV alt mode, while others have altitude hold. And I still remember when we were asked in I still remember when we were asked in the pre-flight simulator briefing, like, so what's the airplane going to do if you are in this and that mode? And I said, yeah, it's going to enter VNAV alt. The instructor looked at me and he said, enter what? Because the instructor had only flown for that very airline in his entire career, and he didn't even know the mode VNAV alt existed, because it didn't exist on that airline's airplanes. So, there are all these differences, of course there are. But overall, I personally used that thing for the preparation for my type rating, and it did a very, very good job. So let's see, the dude is asking, FSX in 2018? Yes. Really, I promise. Because I didn't want to buy the professional license for P3D at that point.
6118, proceed direct to Incu.
So, somebody's saying a non-standard flight level, all ATCOs hate the 380 in not non-standard is just opposite. Yes, that's true. The only reason I'm saying non-standard is because it's against the semicircular rules. So, normally 380 would be northbound level over Switzerland. So, that's just to confirm with ATC that if there are anybody coming from the opposite direction, just have a good look at it. Make sure that we are actually not running the potential for a collision with anyone. So, somebody's asking, so are you allowed to take matters in your own hands and taxi and pattern and everything in the type rating? The answer is no, of course not. You have a lesson plan that you're going to follow. But, and here comes the thing, if you have completed the lesson plan and there is still an hour of time in the simulator left, then you don't want to waste it. And then of course the instructor is going to ask, like, have you prepared for the next session? So, what do you think? Shall we give that a try? So, do I feel the 737-700 is a good purchase or better wait for the 800? I do think it's a very good purchase. Of course, it's the slightly smaller version. There are not as many airlines using it, especially nowadays, anymore. But, let's be honest here, it's an excellent airplane. And you will find some airlines flying it. So, yeah, I can very much recommend getting the 700. Am I preferring X-Plane or FlightSim 2020? FlightSim 2020 all the way. The background for that is the visuals are looking 1,000 times better. Also looking at the available add-on aircraft, the visuals are 1,000 times better. Even if I look at modern add-ons for X-Plane like the Challenger 604, I really admire its systems, but the graphics, they are not quite up to what can be done in both P3D and especially Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, does it matter that airlines do not use it anymore, the 700? Well, that really comes up to your personal preferences. Personally, I like to fly aircraft that are still being flown, but then again, you saw me on an earlier video using Germania. Now you see me using a TUI Fly Germany 737-700. Both of them are not flying anymore. Germania is bankrupt and TUI has already sent its last 700 into retirement. So, it's personal preference. I know that many of you, especially those who really want to go into the full system depth, do want to do real flights on real routes using the real equipment. That's why I came up with this. So, how long did it take for me to become a pilot? Did I go through a school? Well, I started my call it flying career in 2010 when I was just 15 years old. Flying some gliders. And after some 3 years in gliders, I went on to flying in a PPL club and flew Cessnas over there, and then in 2016 I started at the commercial flight school. Finished it in 2017, passed my type rating in 2018, and I'm flying the line since 2018. So how long did it take? Well, 2 years in the professional flight school, but then again I did some stuff in the clubs and everything earlier, so that it didn't take quite as long. is icing modeled and simulated on performance? Yes, it is. But don't expect a great effect on performance, because we did an exercise in the full flight simulator a couple years ago where we expressively had to keep the wing anti-ice off just to see the effects of icing on the airplane. And overall, the N1 went up by about 5%, the pitch went up just a few degrees. So don't expect a great effect on your flight model.
Alpine 1 to Lima Charlie, reasonable navigation on
So, going on here, let's go on with some further questions, trying to search through them overall. And Peter is saying that now even the 800 is being retired. Yes, it slowly is, but there are still a couple thousand 800s flying, and it's going to be quite some years until the 800 is no longer flying. So, don't be too surprised on that. Do I know if real Ryanair 737-700 Echo India Sierra Echo Victor have the Honeywell MCP? I know for sure that it had it a couple of years ago, but of course these things can change from time to time, so if there was any problem with that particular hardware unit and Ryanair has exchanged it, then they might just have put the Collins in because they had a Collins available. These MCP units, if you buy them from Boeing, cost about $500,000, so they are going to put in whatever is available. Would I say my glider and club experience boosted my career in any way? It certainly saved my purse, it certainly saved me money, because then I could do the minimum hours in commercial flight school. And certainly it did help me quite a bit with my hand flying skills. I can even see that in the airlines now, especially the glider experience just gives you a little bit more of that seat of the pants feeling. So yeah, it does definitely help. It does definitely help your career to fly gliders and some PPL a little bit before going to commercial flight school. But then again, it's definitely not required. Then somebody's asking if the head-up display is available. Yes, it is. Have a look at my full flight video from Boston to JFK. I flew an airplane there that had the head-up display installed if you want to see it in action. Have I heard about self-sponsored type ratings? Yes, I have. No, I don't recommend it. It's one thing to pay for the type rating if you get a guaranteed job for it. So there are some airlines that say, we'll give you that job, but you pay for the type rating. That's something, if you don't have hours, if you just came freshly out of flight school, then yes, you might have to bite the apple here, and you might have to do that in order to get your first job, to get those first 1,000, 2,000 hours until the doors of other airlines are opening up. But if you can avoid it by any means, please avoid it. And finally, could I do a self-sponsored type rating in order to boost my career chances to apply for other airlines? I would honestly very harshly recommend against it. Don't spend 30,000 euros to get a type rating if you don't have a guaranteed job for it. Just don't do it. Basically, among the airlines, experience, or rather having a type rating, is useless if you don't have hours on the airplane, because you'll still have to go through pretty much the whole type rating, and you're not going to save any money on it. So, in my opinion, a self-sponsored type rating without a guaranteed job is a waste of time and money, especially money. Could I show you some landscape? Yeah, well, I certainly can.
Yeah, but oh, okay, yeah, apologies.
So this is what it looks like at the moment here.
6,000 feet, QNH 1021.
Where to download the 737 for MSFS 2020? It's going to be released tomorrow between 1700 UTC and 2359 UTC. So tomorrow evening American time and tomorrow night European time. Once it's released, you can buy it from PMDG.com. The price is going to be $69.99 US. and then you will. Then PMDG is going to send you a download link, and you'll also be able to download it from your shop account. So, how long do you think until you start flying bigger planes like the 757, 67, 777 or 47? Well, honestly, it's not that much of a thing of it's not that much a thing of flying a bigger airplane. I can quote Boeing. One moment. Unicom to Jet 57 X-ray Mike, sorry. Yeah, missed his curl earlier on, so let's just quickly change over here.
Navigation on Unicom, one.
Alright, so, yeah, before I start getting into that, let's quickly do a fuel check over at Incus, because it's been a little bit of time again already. So, where is it? Incus over here, estimating 29, actual 29. And we have 5,290 kilos on board. We've used 3,440. No, that's all pretty much the same we had on the previous fuel check, so that's all good. Alright, so how long until I'm going to fly a bigger airplane? Flying a bigger airplane is not, let's say, better. What really counts as a professional pilot is getting a home base where your family and friends are. Getting a job that suits your time. For example, if you love working at night, you might want to go and fly that cargo 747. If you rather prefer flying at daylight, go and fly some tourist aircraft. But it's not the size of the airplane that actually matters. It really is the kind of a job and the lifestyle that comes with it. I can quote Boeing's chief pilot saying that we would rather see a rookie pilot without any hours fly a 747 than a 737. And the reason for that is that the 747 is more forgiving on its handling than the 737. The size of the airplane doesn't play a role, it's the handling characteristics. And in terms of that, there is nothing like you are more experienced, you're gonna fly a bigger aircraft. That really doesn't play a role anymore in aviation these days. So, somebody's asking if the physics and flight model in Microsoft Flight Sim are realistic. To a certain extent. There is some limitations in especially the flight physics in Microsoft Flight Simulator. For example, it doesn't know about wave drag or any drag induced by Mach number. So, in these terms, the physics aren't realistic. But the way the airplane is behaving overall is, I would say, pretty okay. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So, that's in terms of the physics. It certainly isn't perfect, far from it. But it isn't particularly bad. I mean, I would say it's on par with the P3D. With a little bit less of the flying on rails thing you had in P3D. So isn't the horizon extremely bright and wide? Is that realistic? Well, yes and no. It's realistic in terms that when it's really bright outside, when you're flying above the clouds and you're looking to a slightly cloudy horizon, then your eyes are going to be blinded. And you want that sunglasses on or that sun visor down. So in terms of that, you just have to find a compromise. You can't turn the screen brightness up that high that you are going to blind the user. So I would say the colors are alright-ish. You just have to make some compromises because it's still just something you see on a 2G monitor. But I would say it's alright. Mikael is asking what I'm using for tiller steering.
Traffic.
Oh, that's traffic. And that guy's Oh no, that's gonna be TCAS RA.
Descend.
Okay, TCAS RA. Traffic near waypoint Balsy. Traffic near waypoint Balsy. This is TUIJet 57 extra Mike calling on 122.8. Please be so kind not to use time acceleration when there's other aircraft ahead of you. It's actually prohibited by the VATSIM Code of Conduct, so I'm kindly asking you to stick to the rules of VATSIM. Thank you. Okay, clear of conflict. Let's see where he is now, because now we're in trouble with both aircraft. That's what you get if somebody's using time acceleration.
Say again, was that for 2.1 Papa Tango?
If you're the guy using time acceleration at flight level 380, then yes it is.
No, that's not me, that's the guy behind me, sorry.
Alright, sorry for that. You're probably the guy whom I've just caused a TCAS issue with because I had to descend because of another aircraft trying to overtake me using time acceleration on an event route. So, sorry for that.
Yeah, that's fine. We've just had a TCAS as well. We just looked now on map and it's the guy behind me, but he's ahead of you, so he's used the time fast. Yeah, I know behind me, you is behind me, so yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, roger. Let's see, I'll go to level 390, hoping to solve it that way. Okay, set. 390. Command A. Sorry, it's 390. Alt intervent. Set up here. Alright, so we're in N1, LNAV, VNAV speed, command A is engaged and climbing level 390. And I've just got a message over VPilot as well, which is from Marseille to contact him. Yeah, perfect. And now, of course, I'm behind the other guy, so I'll be the one who has to slow down. Well, that's silly, but I'm just gonna climb now.
185, climbing for 192, above Palma.
X-Wing 424, Marseille, bonsoir, Squawk Charlie and 1000, please.
Squawk Charlie and 1000, looking for
Marseille, bonsoir, TUIJet 57 X-Ray Mike, passing level 384, climbing 390 in Mount Coated.
Jet 57 X-Ray Mike, Marseille, bonjour, identify, thank you.
Good evening, Iberia 201,
Honda 3 Alpha Mike, flight level 360.
Police station calling Connor 3 Alpha Mike, Marseille, bonjour, identified.
Marseille, Iberia 201, might be inbound, Incat, flight level 320.
Iberia 201, Marseille, bonjour, identified. Runway 2 Gold from you, report your speed to Barcelona 133.025, over. Runway 2 Gold from you, contact Barcelona 133.025 with the speed, over.
Alright, so here we are at 390 now. Now, good luck for ATC trying to sort this out. And especially to Spanish ATC trying to sort that out. Oh well. Okay, so next question. Does the main gear compress on landing in the sim? Yes, it does. And there is a video somewhere on YouTube of somebody who's just put the parking brake on and then put his engines to maximum takeoff thrust. And that video shows you how even the nose gear is reacting to the effects of the engine thrust. So that's about the level of detail we're looking at.
Control, good, keep in balance at your 1 delta.
Right, somebody else wanted to see the outside. Yeah, let's go out for another small seconds.
811.
Get the 1 delta buffer speed at the small 79er and turn left heading 220 for the crossing.
7, 879 and heading 270, Valencia 31 Delta.
Okay, hello,
So this is about what the airplane looks like from the outside. I'll head back in. I'm just not a fan of those outside views on the ground. Sorry, guys. Alright, and yeah, some of you asked me to ban one guy spamming in the comments. I've done that. Sorry. So, Ego is asking, what's the use of course? I guess you are referring to the course selectors on the MCP, and they are actually there to set your inbound course for either the ILS or the VOR. You said you're familiar with the A320, and the A320 actually also has those course selectors that you can see on the navigation radio page in the FMC, and over there you also set the inbound course for the ILS or for the VORs, and the 737 works the exact same way that it does in the Airbus there, just that the courses aren't auto-tuned but the pilot has to tune them manually. So if we look here for example at the VOR page, right now it's set to 238, that's the runway course in Mallorca already, and if I'm changing it, you can see how it's changing there. And the autopilot is then also using the courses to adjust the heading on final approach. And just as a fun fact, somebody did a test once in the full flight simulator, and apparently the 737 is able to still follow the localizer with a course deviation of about 30 degrees maximum. Right, but that's just a fun fact. You'd still want to set this correctly. So somebody's asking how detailed the passenger cabin is. The answer is not 100% detailed quite yet, but PMDG will provide a highly detailed cabin with a future update. That's already been confirmed by PMDG on the forums. Lovely comment there. If God wanted us to fly, he wouldn't invent Spanish air traffic control. God, you are right. I'll just tell you a story here that happened to me recently, also on approach to Palma de Mallorca in real life. We were instructed speed 250 by air traffic control. You could see the previous guy on the TCAS getting really close, and he got to about 5 miles by the time that we reached, by the time he reached the final approach fix. And then he got closer and closer. We asked ATC if we should reduce our speed, and they just said negative, maintain a speed 250 knots. So we maintained 250 knots, but when he was at like 4.5 miles, we just turned the speed down ourselves, because we just knew that wouldn't work out. But air traffic control didn't do anything about it yet. And then by the time that we went to 4 miles distance, air traffic control then saw, due to preceding traffic, reduce it to 210 knots. At that time we were already flying 190 knots, and we were still closing on the previous traffic. And then ATC, all of a sudden at 3.5 miles, noticed, reduce to 180 knots. We reduced 180 knots, we were still closing on the previous guy. And then the approach controller didn't do anything more about it, he just handed us off to the tower. We called tower, and the tower said, PMDG 1, preceding traffic is 70 knots slower than you, reduce the final approach speed. At about 2.7, 2.8 miles to the preceding guy, 70 knots difference. You can't tell me that the previous guy just dropped an anchor. And yeah, then we started closing him on final, reached 2.5 miles, which should be the minimum reduced runway separation between two medium aircraft. And then air traffic control said, preceding traffic is light jet, is legal, continue. So we continued, and of course, from behind and 2.5 miles out, it's rather hard to actually see the preceding aircraft type and identify it, especially with business jets. There are just so many, it's hard for somebody not working in business aviation to keep them apart. Aaron, that is a real life story that I'm just telling. So then the guy got it at 2 miles, 1.6 miles, by the time we were over the runway threshold. Preceding guy still on the runway, just turning on the high-speed exit, and ATC cleared us to land. We thought, okay, that guy is vacating. ATC will know what's legal at their airport, so we landed. By the time we rolled next to that guy, he was just beyond the line, and we could see it was a Bombardier Global. That's definitely a medium jet. So 2.5 would have been the minimum. We've been at 1.6.
Radar, good evening. Seabird 1.
And ATC apparently knew it.
370 in bound to 0.
And they've just said, is legal, is legal, continue, continue. And a couple of days later I looked in the Aviation Herald. One moment, I think that call might have been for us. But ATC won. Yep.
Mike, right heading 250.
Jet 57 X-ray Mike, right heading 250. And if I can make a small request, the guy 1,000 feet below us just used time acceleration earlier on, forcing us into a descent. Is there any chance you can take us ahead?
Jet 57 X-ray Mike is one out. I don't have time for that to right 250 clear back.
250 Jet 57 X-ray Mike.
Valencia 3-1 Delta resume all navigation direct back here.
So yeah, where was that story? That was in Palma de Mallorca. And yes, of course we wrote an air safety report about it.
Martha, bonjour, Lufthansa 51 Tango level 370.
Lufthansa 51 Tango, Marseille, bonsoir, identified.
And somebody's asking if they are bad or if they are just not acting professional. To be honest, I can't quite comment on that. They are, well, I don't know what it is that just keeps causing these things in Spain. I really don't know what it is. But I don't think they are bad overall. I mean, they surely go through the same training that all the other nations do. But well, you know, that's the reason why there are still pilots in those aircraft. So, how long till we start the descent? 20 minutes. Prediction here for the top of descent is 1807 UTC, so in about 20 minutes from now. And in about 10 minutes we'll then also start our approach preparation. At least assuming that air traffic control doesn't send us to Nirvana now, because of that other guy who ran through us previously on time acceleration. Because he ended up a tiny bit ahead of us, and of course air traffic control didn't see it because he just came online afterwards, so now it's us who has to fly off track, and significantly off track here, just because of that moron using time acceleration earlier on. Sorry for the language, guys, but I'm just not very happy with guys busting the VATSIM rules like that, especially on an event. I mean, you should know on an event, don't use time acceleration. And if you do want to use time acceleration, do it at a flight level where nobody cares about you. I mean, descent level 290, surely there's not going to be anyone there on a route like this. How important is coffee before a real-life flight? To be perfectly honest, personally, I try to avoid them as much as I can, because the effect caffeine has on your body is that it's just postponing the time when you're getting tired, but it's not actually adding extra energy in your total body system. So, yeah, it's just postponing you getting tired, and therefore, personally, I just prefer to Verified tier 2 Jet 57 X-ray Mike. So, 2 by tier, execute, LNAV available. LNAV. Somebody asked if I could just wall up that other guy. Well, of course I could, but it's not gonna help really. Because all the supervisor is going to say is, the situation's over, nothing I can do. Somebody's asking again if it has ACAS. The answer is it has a couple of features like wind requests or flight plan requests, but all of that is based on a local file system with SIMRI files saved to your local computer. So that's what it has right now. Due to the way it's programmed, Microsoft-Asobo, the developers of MSFS, do still not allow it to communicate with the outside world. It's a restriction on Asobo's side and something that they just have to work on. And yeah, Alex, time acceleration not on VATSIM, it's as simple as that. Well, there is a set of rules how it can be used, and I'm totally happy if somebody wants to use it and uses it within that set of rules. But that rule says that you must not crash anybody, that you need ATC permission if you are in ATC airspace. And to be honest, if somebody is flying at a level where nobody is, then I don't mind people using time acceleration. Not at all. I've done it myself on long hauls. But be careful that you don't infringe with anybody else's flight. That's my opinion on time acceleration. Somebody's asking if I'll try out the Phoenix A320. Yes, I most certainly will. Whether I'm going to feature it on this channel, we'll see. There is so much I want to do with the 737 for now that I don't know how much I can actually try the Phoenix, but I most definitely will try it out because it's promising to be a very, very good aircraft. Somebody's asking if I've flown the real 737 MAX. I've had my simulator training on it and I've flown on it as a passenger, but unfortunately not yet as a pilot. How about SIMRIEF integration? Does it have it? Yeah, as said, the SIMRIEF exporter can export the files to your computer and then take it from there, that the airplane is able to read the stuff. But it's the same limitation that prevents it to communicate with the outside that's preventing it from reading stuff from the SIMRIEF online interface. How about Hoppy ACAS used in the fly-by-wire A320? It's about the same problem again. You can't simply integrate Hoppy into the existing 737 system. The way CPDLC works on a 737 is you click menu and then you go to the downlink page here. But you can't integrate that without the ability to communicate with the outside. So as soon as Asobo is providing these things, I'm sure PMDG is going to do something about it. What do I think about teleporting from top of climb to top of descent on VATSIM? Well, if there is ATC online, ask them if it's okay. Tell them the position you want to go to, ask them if it's okay. If ATC approves it, fine. If there is no ATC online, have a careful look if there is anybody close by. Because if there is somebody close by, wait with the teleport until the guy is passed and there is nobody along the route anymore that you are going to disrupt. Then you can do whatever you like. Somebody's saying the 737 MAX was a disaster. Well, honestly, I disagree with it. It's a great airplane. It had its issue, of course, which Boeing fixed, but it's a great airplane. Somebody's saying, doesn't fly-by-wire do it? Yes, they do, because they are using a much more basic programming language, which actually is allowed outside access by Microsoft. So that's why fly-by-wire can do it. And the more complex aircraft, like the Mad Dog or like the 737, can't. Do we know the final pricing of the individual 737s? Yeah, $69.99 for the 700. Same for the 800, 50 roundabout estimated for the 600, and for the 900 nothing is determined yet. Do I recommend the custom mouse that's being shipped? Honestly, I haven't even tried it. I like the way I can interact with it using the standard systems. Okay, so we are slowly approaching the top of descent, so let's actually start our preparation for our approach into Palma de Mallorca. So I'm going to end the Q&A session here. We'll do another small one by the time that we actually reach our destination airport. But until then, let's return to the professional style that that we are following with this channel. So Palma de Mallorca information echo from 1730, so that's 24 minutes old. Expect ILS Yankee 24 left, departure 24 right. Transition level 70, wind calm, visibility more than 10, clouds few 4000, temperature 21, QNH 1019. Okay, 1019 equals what we have had on our forecast. Let's quickly change this to the Yankee approach. And while we're at it, I don't really think we are going to get any shortcut, but let's just see what's going to happen if we're going from the slew point to Bavoom. Then we have to have the slew point at 123. Okay, so we'll just put that in to be covered. In case we get the shortcut, then we're good with the altitude.
Let's think 424, contact me, approach 134, the small 475, over.
134, decimal 475, looking 44, over.
Small specially in Palma, we're going to use a 4.5 mile ring, because there is that small hill on the way in, and that can cause the landing gear warning horn if you are configuring at 4 miles.
Climb to 370, Lufthansa 7, thank you.
Question 231, Marseille, bonjour, rider. Welcome back.
Marseille contrôle, Corsica 156, fenêtre de roulage.
Corsica 156, roulez pas attentif, c'est ouvert à peu près.
À peu près, c'est ouvert, Corsica.
Oops, no, we don't do the on-off.
Montez vers le niveau 3, 1-0.
Right, are you ready for the approach brief? So, threats for the arrival, and VATSIM controllers, please don't take it personally, this is just real life based. Threats for the arrival, air traffic control. We'll carefully watch what they are doing. We'll try to make sense of their clearance. If there's any doubt, we are going to challenge it with ATC. And if they do, for whatever reason, give us a clearance that seems unsuitable to us, we'll let them know early on enough. We'll also have a good look at the TCAS to make sure that we'll actually maintain the separation required. Apart from that, I don't see any particular threats for this arrival. Weather is good, no temps are good, the aircraft status is good as well. So, for the arrival itself then, we have the Lunik Trimike arrival, speed 250 below 100, forecast page is filled in, rings around the runway 24 left, 10, 4.5. So, Lunik above flight level 100, nothing interesting on the information section, clearance limit is the initial approach fix. Oh, really? So, From Lunik, above flight level 100. We're joining the 177 southbound until 20 miles from Cap de Pera. That's the slew point, the tango point, 250 knots, and then 20 miles onbound to Cap de Pera VOR with a minimum holding altitude of 4,500 feet. We've calculated the shortcut in case we get it from the slew point direct to Bavoum. That gives me level 123 at the slew point. From here on, we have the ILS Yankee approach for runway 24 left, chart 11-4, 14th August 2020. Frequency is 109.3. Set active on both sides, and final approach course 238. Going down to a minimum of 239, which we've set on both sides. We have the standard speed schedule here from the general pages. 2Jet 57 X-ray mark, decimal 78.
Roger, produce decimal Mach 77 and report your speed to Barcelona 133 decimal 025, over.
Mach 77 133 025, 2Jet 57 X-ray mark, over.
Hello, Summit 1215 with jet flight level 350.
Barcelona border status, 2Jet 57 X-ray mark, flight level 390 inbound VATSIM, Mach decimal 77.
German flight 909 Barcelona. Yeah, 909, you're clear, Sargo 3 Bravo, runway 01, the same flight level 130.
Okay, we'll get to them eventually. So standard speed schedule, 210 by 11, no sorry, by 12 miles, 190 by 9 and 160 until 4, which we're going to bite. The approach itself then starts at 7.5 miles and 2,500 feet, that's our Fox. Check altitude at 4 miles, 1349, going down to minimums 239. Missed approach if we have to, climb on runway heading 420 feet, then turn left, not before 1.1 mile, max 185 knots, that's in here. Intercept and follow 212 from NDB. From which is it? From 307.5.
Romeo Zulu for farther, contact Palma, control 190.4, adios.
190.4, adios. Barcelona radar, good evening, 231 Papa Tango, maintaining flight level 3.
Right, we follow the 2 and then we follow the 212, climb 3000 and contact ATC. So I'll just put the 3000 in here, which it doesn't let us do. Alright, then we remember 3000 feet. Alright. Barcelona Buenos Aires, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, Mach decimal 77, flight level 390, inbound Pibos.
2Jet 57 Mike, Hotel, X-ray Mike, Barcelona identified, Lunik 3 Papa, runway 24 left, call for the second.
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, confirm Lunik, 2 Papa arrival, 24 left. Here we go. I mean, very good VATSIM controllers, they're doing it exactly like in real life. You ask them to confirm, they don't. But yeah, he set the Papa arrival, so we'll go with it like the way we have it here now. If you dwell on these things in real life, then you're going to run them crazy. Of course, if there was any doubt, then we would of course mention it. And if there was doubt, then we would of course also continue with it until we have a definite answer from ATC. So, for a diversion we need 2.4 tons of fuel. We're arriving in 3.7, giving us around about half an hour of extra fuel. We're going to burn 600 kilos, make a landing weight of 57 tons. So let's do some mathematics here.
Transavia 5471, contact Palma 127.625.
In case it does react. Sometimes the virtual performance tool... Yeah, it's probably under maintenance right now. Is it? There we hear it already. TCAS RA. Perfect. I mean...
Transavia 5471,
as real as it gets.
Palma 127.
No, just joking. TCAS arrays don't happen too often in Spain. But they do happen. If you search the Aviation Herald, then... Yep. Spain is on the forefront of TCASA race. Okay, well, the performance tool isn't working, so we'll make it flap 30 auto brake 3. That usually gives you 1800 meters and about 20 minutes of brake cooling.
Tomjet 1015 Barcelona.
Alright, yeah, we're going to vacate the runway via Sierra 2, and then we'll probably park somewhere around the 60s over here, or maybe the 40s up here. So if we park at the 60s, it's going to be via Mike. We have the standard taxiway system, South, Link, and then either Juliet or Golf. So the expected ATC clearance is just going to be taxi gate, something via Mike or via Golf, and the rest of it is as per the standard system. Alright, so that's about it. I'm going to do a little bit of hand flying if the situation permits. If it's too busy with too much traffic, then we'll just use the autopilot, as it flies a little more accurate. But that's really it. Do you have any questions? Alright, then it's my controls again. FMC speed, LNAV ENAV path 390, descent checklist. Pressurization, land alt 50, anti-ice off, approach briefing fuel, discussed, IS and alt box, checked and set. Descent checklist complete.
Alpine 12 Lima Charlie, descent level 310.
Sorry, Alpine 1.
Descent flight level 310.
Flight level 310, Alpine 1.
Tweetjet 57 X-ray Mike, request descent.
Tweetjet 57 X-ray Mike, descent to flight level 210 and speed 260 knots on the descent.
Tweetjet 57 X-ray Mike, descent flight level 210 on conversion, speed 260 knots. Okay, set. 210 checked.
Barcelona, good evening. Iberia 201 is inbound back to
260 is almost our econ speed anyway. Alright, and alt intervent, down we go.
Papa Oscar Sierra 4 November, runway 24, call for descent. Air France 906, Tiger descent, flight level 200, high speed approved. I need you to go faster as you can. A lot of people behind you, I need your help. Thank you. Lufthansa 429, same to you for descent level 200, high speed approved.
Barcelona, good evening. Steven 512
Aero winds 6893 Barcelona identified. Lunik 2 Papa, runway 24 left. Call for descent. Aero winds 30 Bravo Mike, contact Palma control 119.4. 119.4, Aero winds 30 Bravo Mike. Alpine 12 Lima Charlie, contact Barcelona 126.65. Tomjet 1015, contact Barcelona 126.65.
And here we go with the next air proxy event.
German Air Force.
Upper airspace, it's usually 5 miles that you need minimum, and this is just barely 3 miles. But yeah, Spain. Again, the VATSIM controllers are doing a really excellent job on this. They just do it the same way they do it in real life. That's amazing.
We were what?
Seabird 512, we are inbound road camp.
Spear 512, Barcelona identified. Logis 1 Papa, runway 24 left. Go for descent.
Sorry, for Papa to the left, okay, to the top.
Lufthansa 29 Foxtrot, maintain descent flight level 350 for traffic. Lufthansa 29 Foxtrot, Barcelona. Condor A4 Kilo, Barcelona.
Condor 84 kilo, climb level 370 for people.
Condor 84 kilo, turn 20 degrees to the right for sequence.
So that's about 25 minutes remaining.
Vega 201, turn 20 degrees to the 30 to the right for sequence.
30 to the right, Grade 201.
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango.
Divert 1 Papa Tango, descent level 200.
Descent flight level 200, Speedbird 1 Papa.
Divert 4 Papa Tango, speed 250 knots on the descent, waiting on the conversion. 257 X-ray Mike, descent flight level 210, speed 250 knots on the conversion. So we 57 X-ray Mike.
Is that for TUI Jets 57 X-ray Mike?
TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike, 250 knots on the conversion.
Speed 250 knots, TUI Jets 57 X-ray Mike. And the next Spanish ATC thing should be TUI Jet, not TUI Fly. Because TUI is actually a call sign used by another of the company airlines as well.
Lufthansa 29 Foxtrot, where are you?
Some people are just saying, would I rather have these controllers or none because I could disconnect. As I said earlier on, the VATSIM controllers here are doing an awesome job. They're really doing an awesome job mimicking the way these things work in real Spain. So the VATSIM guys are doing an awesome job, and I'll happily stay online with them. But I'm just trying to give you an impression here. So this is nothing against the VATSIM guys at all, not at all. The VATSIM guys are doing an awesome job. This is just trying to somehow give you the impression of how it is in real life there.
You said 10 minutes?
2 minutes.
Oh yeah, 2 minutes approved.
Angle of bank 25.
Air front 906, flight direct, Baboom. Speedbird 2-1 Papa Tango, turn 20 degrees to the right.
20 degrees to the right, sequence Speedbird 1 Papa Tango.
TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike, 20 degrees right for sequence.
20 degrees right, TUI Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Heading select.
Take that, please, President.
Barcelona, good afternoon. Ryanair 4 Tango Sierra Victor level 370.
Ryanair 4 Tango Sierra, Barcelona identified. Expect the Fargo 3 Bravo, runway 01, call for dispatch.
Fargo 3 Bravo, Rye 44, Isla 01, Ryanair 4 Tango Sierra.
Condor A4 Kilo, flight direct Lunik.
Direct Lunik, Condor A4 Kilo.
Vega 201, flight direct DME.
Direct DME, 201.
Zero wings, what was that?
Zero wind 6893, requesting descent.
Zero wings 6893, descent level 200. Airfront 906, thanks for your help on the high speed, Palma 119.4, adios. Lufthansa 429, Palma 119.4. Seabird 1, Seabird 1, Papa Tango, flight direct Luni.
Direct loading. Seabird 1 Papa Tango.
2 jet 57 Mike, 57 X-ray Mike, flight direct Luni.
2jet 57 X-ray Mike, direct Lunik. Execute. LNF available.
Then a good data center,
LNF.
51 thing of level 14 here then.
Iberia 2 Kilo Oscar Barcelona, you call me?
Affirmative, we are matching with design and identifying.
Iberia 2 Kilo Oscar, Roger, identify. Expect Papa Oscar Sierra 4 November, runway 24.
Say again please?
Expect Papa Oscar Sierra 4 November, runway 24.
We expect Papa Oscar Sierra 4 November, viable runway 24, immediate.
Lufthansa 29 Foxtrot, descent level 200. Seabird 1 Papa Tango, contact Palma 119 4, adios.
410 first.
119 at decimal 4, Seabird 1 Papa Tango, bye.
2 57 X-ray Mike, contact Palma control 119 decimal 4, bye bye.
119 decimal 4, 2jet 57 X-ray Mike. Bye bye, thank you.
Iberia 6118, descent flight level 310, contact.
Papa Tango, we're descending to flight level 200 inbound.
And the latest status is Echo.
1 Papa Tango, hello, ready to contact descent flight level 190, number 9.
Descent flight level 190, Seabird 1 Papa Tango.
Want to go. Vertical speed. Palma control, Buenos Aires, 2jet 57 X-ray Mike, passing 219, are going to be descending 210 in Mount Lunik, information Echo, speed 250 knots.
57 X-ray Mike, low, operator contact, maintain flight level 210.
Maintain flight level 210, 2jet 57 Echo Mike.
Seabird 1 Papa Tango, please leave flight level 210 with a good rate of.
Oh, okay, Seabird 1 Papa Tango.
DC55 Romeo, speed 250 knots.
55 have a break.
Right, and 06 again. Reference 906, contact final approach 118.95. Lufthansa 429, direct to Babu. Direct to Babu. 3789ers heading 060. Heading 060 to 7. DC55 from here, heading 060.
060, sorry.
At 57 X-ray Mike, descent flight level 170.
2jet 57 X-ray Mike, descent level 170.
Seabird 1 Papa Tango, descent flight level
Set, 170 checked. Level change.
150.
Okay, so we're probably not going to get the shortcut, so let's take that out here as well.
Contact 429, heading to 10.
VNAV.
Contact 429er and descent flight level 70. Three 789, increase your speed to 250 knots. 250 knots, DC55 on your speed 230 knots.
230, you have a runway.
Speaker 1 Papa Tango, descend flight level 130.
Flight level 130, speedbird 1 Papa Tango. Palma approach, level 151 with you at side level 190.
Heading 151 below, direct to Negre.
Direct to Negre, level 14.
Lufthansa 429, please follow my instructions. Heading 230 now. Left or right? What do you think?
That was a great one. What do you think?
It's 6893, hello, descend flight level 170. Lufthansa 294, hello, break contact, descend flight level 210.
One to go.
Bye-bye.
Vertical speed.
Lufthansa 429, 118.95, bye-bye. 118.95. 3798 liner contact final approach 119.95, bye-bye.
So, seatbelts on. Just in case we do have to get the shortcut.
Palma, good day. Conrad 1 Kilo, passing flight level 250, descending 200, speed 260.
We have 57 X-ray 9, descend flight level 130.
Tweejet 57 X-ray Mike, descend flight level 130.
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, descend flight level 070.
Flight level 070, speedbird 1 Papa Tango.
Set, 130 checked. Level change. Track required after Ugumu checked.
Cover 84 kilo, follow operator contact.
Let's give it some speed brake.
Descending level 19 of the Conrad 84 kilo.
Departure script 304 Yankee on the nose 3 Alpha passing 4000 climbing climb pass.
24 Yankee, climb flight level 140, operator contact.
Climb flight level 140, 304 Yankee.
789er, contact 118.95.
118.95, please go ahead.
And speed brake. Retracted.
Kilometer 6893, speed 250 knots. On descent flight level 150.
Vertical speed.
151, contact Barcelona, cross Ibiza, approach 134.825.
Ibiza controller 134825, thank you.
One to go.
Contact 12665.
12665, thank you, bye-bye.
Peter 1 Papa Tango, turn right heading 320.
Right heading 320 degrees, keep that 1 Papa Tango.
Okay, what's the holding there if we need it? 273 left turns.
257 X-ray Mike, maintain present heading.
Maintain present heading to jet 57 X-ray Mike. Heading select.
Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, contact final approach with heading 118.95. Bye-bye.
1895 with heading Speedbird 1 Papa Tango, bye.
Following runway by 98 Golf Bravo information, echo descending 200.
By 98 Golf Bravo, hello, radar contact. Turn right heading 220, expect north, vectoring.
220, 98 Golf Bravo.
And by 98 Golf Bravo, descend flight level 9 0.
Level 90, 98 Golf Bravo.
Over with Atlantis Connecting over Victor 2000, stand the nearest Alpha.
We get 57 X-ray Mike, descend flight level 70.
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, descend flight level 70. Set, 70 checked.
Flight level 140.
Level change.
Connecting over Victor climbing 140.
0168793, descend flight level 130.
Let's see, can we see where anyone else is going? No, not really. Let's just keep it in level change then.
Contact 118.995, please.
1895.
We get 57 X-ray Mike, and right heading 310.
Right lane 310, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Quickly quiet after Ubumu checked.
Please pass 7 X-ray Mike, contact final approach 118.955. Bye.
118.955, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, bye.
Delta 429 180 nearest TV. 180 del
Left heading 210 degrees on that heading, cleared island. 2 left, 4 left, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango.
So did he just clear someone for the Zulu approach? Still says expect ILS Yankee here. We'll see. Okay, altimeters, 100 descent 70, 10 checks. Fuel balanced, 4 pumps, lights on, angle of bank 25, air cannon press, 42 descending set, fast melts on, recall checked, 1 to 1.5 deselected, cabin crew 10 minutes to landing, 10 checks complete.
Descending to 3000 feet, 270. Speed 200 knots, 270.
Papa Tango is 200.
200 knots, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango. So,
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, Buenos Tardes.
We get past our next Mike from Aperture over there. Delta 429, contact tower 118.1. Past 7 X-ray Mike and left heading 270.
Left 270 degrees, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike.
789 and you doing 270.
1 to go, vertical speed.
220 knots, 270.
We get past the X-ray Mike, reduce the speed 200 knots.
Speed 200 knots, 2Jet 57 X-ray Mike.
Either 1 Papa Tango, speed 180 feet.
speed 180 knots, Speedbird 1 Papa Tango.
We get past 7 X-ray Mike, descend 6000, speed QNH 1019.
2Jet 57 X-ray Mike, descend 6000, QNH 1019. Set, 6000 checked, set altimeter 1019. Passing 7800, descend 6000, no relevant flags. The standby altimeter is set. So let's do a first check.
Mother 82, under 1 o'clock, 3000 feet.
Global change.
Yeah, traffic inside.
Frequency 109.3, rings 24 left, 10, 4.5. Guidance India Papa Alpha Lima, standby instruments set, and the course is 238. Approach checklist, please. Altimeter instruments, cross-checked. Jet 57 extra mic on the heading, cleared for the ILS. Just confirm Zulu, according to the ATIS, it's ILS Yankee, runway 24 left, descend in 3000. Okay, set, 3000 checked. Okay, so did he just re-clear for the Yankee or did he not?
It is P2120 and contact tower 118.227. Thank you for the service.
Localizer alive. Localizer capture, flaps 1. Speed checked.
Approach 12.984 Bravo 90.
12.984 Bravo Palma approach low, descent to 5,000 feet,
5,019 goes off.
Okay, runway heading 238. Flaps 5. Speed checked. Jet 57 X-ray. Mike, just confirm, are we cleared for Zulu or for the Yankee approach?
57 X-ray, Mike, you can take the Yankee, clear for the Yankee approach, contact Star 118.3.
Muchas gracias, cleared for the Yankee approach, 118.3, Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Palma Tower, Buenos Tardes, Ryanair, correction, Jet 57 X-ray Mike, ILS Yankee, 24 left. I flew too much Ryanair yesterday. Continue approach 24 left, Jet 57 X-ray Mike. Okay, within 1 dot, approach mode armed.
Clear to land, runway 24 left, 279.
First look captured. Oh, we don't want any thrust. We go back to idle.
On the ground on 1T1 decimal 700, Santa Port. Thank you so much.
Train noted. Disconnecting.
Expect late land and clearance. These are what I'm thinking.
Traffic.
Yeah, that's off scale again. We'll ignore that.
Good evening, Easy 5 Avenue, ready to establish on the localizer 24 left Yankee.
Right, gear down, flap 15. So landing checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall, checked, speed brake, armed green light, landing gear down 3 green, auto brakes 3 set, holding there, flaps 30. Flaps 30, 30, green light, holding at lights.
121.7, 67, thank you for the service, bye-bye.
Apparently the flight director is not giving us perfect guidance here.
So you expect to an extreme right, wind 2508 and land runway 2 for left, clear to land.
Runway 2 for left, cleared land to jet 57 X-ray Mike. Landing lights on, landing checks complete.
121.7, keep that 1 Papa Tango, bye.
500 continue.
What? 100.
Checked.
Minimums.
Continue.
Tower hello, Alpine 9 Echo, Bravo, 2 for left.
10.
Speed brake up, thrust was normal. Idle reverse. 100 knots. 80 knots. Manual brakes. Oh no. Come on, taxi forward. 121.7 to jet 57 X-ray Mike.
Runway 2 for left to plan, 85 over.
Palma ground, Buenos Aires, 2 jet 57 X-ray Mike, Sierra 1.
57 X-ray Mike, all short of south. Continue taxi south, all short of kilo.
On to south, hold short kilo, 2 jet 57 X-ray Mike. Okay, there's the guy.
569, clear to Lima, Foxtrot, Lima, Lima.
Going there.
Departure, squawk 6274.
So, to south, hold short kilo, okay. So first left, then hold short of the first taxiway.
Quality 69, rate was correct.
Buenos Aires, Lufthansa 6566, requesting IMR clearance to Munich with no information.
Lufthansa 6566, good afternoon, sir. GNH 1019, runway 2 for right.
Okay, he's turning away, that's good.
6254. 57 X-ray, Mike. Continue taxi, Mike, stand 62.
Stand 62 via Mike to jet 57 X-ray Mike.
Lufthansa 6566, did you copy?
Okay, then we don't need this anymore.
I didn't get this bid, Lufthansa 6566.
Okay, we're clear of
Lufthansa
him.
6566, runway 2 for right, Meadows 3 Alpha departure, squawk 6254.
Meadows 3 Alpha departure, squawk 6254 for Lufthansa 6566, departing runway 4 right.
Lufthansa 6566, rate was correct, GNH
Recall.
1019.
checked.
Palma ground, counter 3 kilo Delta, send 650, ready, push inside.
3 kilo Delta, push and start approach. QNH 1019.
Push inside, ready, counter 3 kilo Delta.
3 kilo Delta, how do you rate?
Okay, one vacating there.
Grounding
That shouldn't be a
5
problem. We'll
yeah.
turn to the right here now.
This is 55 Romeo, Blue Delta, continue taxi south, Papa, stand 98.
Sierra Papa, stand 98, East 5 Romeo.
Clear left and right.
Nivel 76 Papa, continue, 9 puntos operativos a los cuadros por puerta Foxtrot.
Via Foxtrot, punto 0, 4 derecha, decido 6 Papa.
Station calling. Lufthansa 491, contact Palma delivery on 123.875.
We've got the 3 minutes. Shutting down number 2.
More ground, hello, your wind 6893,
Wind 6893, continue taxi south, Papa, hold short of Papa.
Source of 2 associated.
Papa, to hold short, Papa, 6893.
No guidance system, no marshal alarm. Okay, then we'll have to park ourselves.
69, start up, QNH 1019.
Okay. Park and rig set. 2 blue, 1 red. Engine stat.
Ryanair 747 Romeo, push and start approach facing north, QNH 1019.
Right, let's get ourselves some silence here. %. And let's actually quickly get ourselves some ground power and then we'll do the full shutdown procedure. Well, no, we're in Palma. We first of all need to get a jetway. No ground power without jetway in Palma. That's just how it is over here. So, is he coming eventually? Oh, here it is. Okay, stupid me. Jetway, here we go. So, let's get this jetway connected. And let's also get the external power. And when that's connected, here it is. Alright, so shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps off, electrical on ground power, fasten belts off, window heat off, probe heat auto, anti-ice off, hydraulic pumps off, voice recorder. Again, the switch is not installed in this airplane. Air compacts, auto, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior lights, logo and steady, start switches off, auto brakes off, speed brake down to 10, flaps up and light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2000 standby, CBR circuit breaker in, cockpit door unlocked. And that's the the full shutdown checklist actually complete. So, this is it. We've made our way all the way to Palma de Mallorca. I hope you've enjoyed the flight, and as promised, now we can do another question and answer session. So if you have any more questions, please post them in the comment. I'll also try to scroll up a little bit, but with such a long time for the approach, it's actually there are actually so many new comments that I can't promise that I'm going to be able to actually see them all. So, Cloak-On is asking, can I still adjust these sounds with the PMDG menu? Example, turn down the wind sounds. No, that's actually been tied to the default Microsoft Flight Simulator sounds now, so the default sliders are now controlling the PMDG sounds as well. So, which model matching do I use? I've got the models by Alpha India Group, and the model matching file is from flightsim.to, but a friend of mine has modified it a little bit for some more diversity in deliveries. Unfortunately, since that's a copyrighted file, we're not allowed to share it anywhere, so I'm really sorry for that. So, shutting down one engine on the taxi in. Yep, that's exactly about saving fuel. 3 minutes after the engines have been brought out of any thrust more than idle, except for normal taxi thrust setting, we usually shut engine number 2 down to conserve a little bit of fuel, because once the airplane is rolling, it is more or less keeping the speed and just very slightly decelerating, so it taxis on one engine just as well as it does on both. How do I feel the flares modeled? Yeah, that's a little bit of a difficult one. All the aerodynamic effects are there as they are in the real airplane. However, it's probably due to my hardware that it feels like I could use a little bit more pulling on the control column. But then again, that's probably due to my hardware, but I don't want to change my sensitivity settings or anything here, because I want to feel the airplane the way it's being developed. But yeah. So, what do I like most and what do I dislike most in the PMDG 737? What do I like most? Well, there is a lot of good things in it. I'll take the virtual cockpit, because the model is just excellent. And it just feels right, especially combined with the sounds. That is just, yeah, it just feels right. Now, what do I dislike the most? The restrictions Asobo is placing on PMDG, for example, making it impossible to reuse the old EFB, to have the charts on the flight deck, making it impossible to view my operational flight plan within the flight deck, making it impossible to implement CPDLC. That's what I dislike the most. Anders, yes, I did say that I was going to be away, and actually I sort of am away right now because I'm on standby duty. So I've been lucky, my company did not call me, but at any time during this live stream, if my airline had called me and asked me to fly, I would have had to quit this stream immediately. But I've been lucky, I've had a standby duty and I've not been called. But for the next 5 days I have late duties starting around noon, so I'm not going to be able to do live streams, but I'll hopefully be able to record a couple of tutorials. Somebody's saying the PTU sound. The good news is the 737 doesn't really have a PTU sound, at least none that you would hear in the flight deck. Is CPDLC modeled? As I've just pointed out, unfortunately it's not, due to the given Asobo restrictions. What planes do you see yourself flying in the future besides the 737? Or which one would I want to fly? Certainly an Airbus model, and probably a long-range model. So maybe the A330 or the A350 would be great. But do I see myself flying those? Well, maybe. But it's a little hard to say because, as I explained earlier in cruise, changing planes means changing the lifestyle as a pilot, and I'm rather happy with the lifestyle I have at the moment. So somebody is summarizing my earlier answer, so we don't dislike anything about PMDG, but we all don't like Asobo so much. Well, yes and no. The given restrictions are something that's pretty limiting, especially if you have been used to the P3D version. If I need to pick something PMDG, I'll take the engine startup. because that is apparently something. They take about a minute to start up per engine in the PMDG, while on the real plane it's around 42 seconds. And I've raised this during the development, and PMDG tried to correct it, but unfortunately it seems that the actual startup time is again hard-coded into the simulator, and PMDG is unable to change this at the moment. So, I don't know, in my opinion, just fake the indications, but that's not PMDG style. They want to simulate it correctly, and not just fake the indications. Overall, how accurate is the 737 compared to the real-world aircraft? Well, it's getting pretty close, but of course there are differences. It starts with the FMC version being 10.6, I believe, with a couple of features of some newer versions implemented. So that basically means that the FMC is a rather old version, like a 10-year-old version. And it does not reflect all the current 737 FMC features. Why would I not want to fly the A380? Well, that's because there is mainly one operator left operating it successfully, which is Emirates. But I just don't see myself living in Dubai. Not because Dubai is not a great city, but because it just doesn't suit my personal lifestyle. I just want to stay closer to the place where my friends are and where my girlfriend is and everything. So that's why Dubai doesn't really suit me, and that sort of rules out the A380. So, does the 737-700 simulate the DC APU fuel pump? Yes, it does. The sole reason why I'm running one of the AC operated pumps while the APU is running is because that's recommended to extend the APU DC fuel pump service life, but the APU would work without any of the AC fuel pumps as well. Why do I set the altitude to 3,100 when taxiing? We set an odd altitude plus 100 feet because that way we cannot confuse it for the consecutive flight with any cleared altitude by ATC. So if I see 3,100 here on takeoff, then I know, hold on, there is something wrong. We need to confirm our initial climb altitude with ATC. And that's why we already set it after landing. And one small word on top of that as well, there has been a recent incident that you can find on the Aviation Herald, where an Emirates 777 overshot the runway and on takeoff, and at 240 knots just barely climbed over a couple of houses over the runway end. And the reason for that was that the MCP altitude was set to 0 for a reason that I don't know. And that caused incorrect flight director indications on takeoff. And for a reason that I don't know, because I haven't actually read the full report, that confused the crew, who then didn't rotate and climb out properly, but rather, yeah, kept the airplane on the ground for longer. So does the Phoenix have CPDLC modeled? As far as I know, yes, they do. Does it have that side descent profile view for MUD? I guess you mean for the navigation display, and if you mean the vertical situation display, yes, that's modeled. And you can actually select it on the airframe options, whether your airplane has it equipped or not. Also about engine spool time when advancing from idle to 40%. Yes, that's not 100% correct either. That's once again due to a limitation in Microsoft Flight Simulator. If we do an experiment here, if you have idle thrust and you advance your thrust levers to the toga position in the in any Microsoft Flight Simulator add-on, then it's going to take a set amount of time for the engines to reach that thrust. But when you set it to, for example, 40%, it's also going to take a set amount to reach that. Therefore, if the time to go from idle to 40% was correctly modeled, it would mean that in flight all the other times to set thrust would be totally off. And that's again a restriction in Microsoft Flight Simulator that Asobo has to fix. So, what's my favorite thing about being a pilot on the 737 in real life? That it's a short to medium haul aircraft. That means that sometimes we are doing 4 flights a day, sometimes we're doing 2. And you get to do a lot of takeoffs and landings. And it hand flies very, very nicely, the aircraft. So each takeoff and landing really is a joy in the airplane. Would I like to fly the MAX 8 or other MAX 737s someday? Yes, absolutely. Degree any use for pilots? I guess with that you mean a bachelor's degree or something like that, or a higher school degree. Yes and no. Yes, because doing that degree is going to train your brain in learning and in adapting, and that's something that you will most definitely need in a type rating, and also later on during your flying career. Now, does the actual knowledge you gain with the degree help you in your aviation career? Well, unless you want to advance to other positions, such as management pilot's positions, then the answer is probably not. Can I show the airplane? Yes, that's what I'm doing. Somebody's saying living in Dubai sounds pretty not nice. Honestly, I'm fairly sure that it is pretty nice. I have one colleague at work who's been a former Emirates pilot, but then wanted to go back to Europe to be closer to his family. And he said that living in Dubai was actually pretty cool. Does the FMC not pop out anymore? No, it doesn't. 2D panels are a thing of the past. There are views in the view system that will bring the FMC up close. But 2D panels, I don't know if they even exist anymore, except for those that you can choose from the toolbar up here. But thinking about it, I don't think I ever saw any add-on aircraft actually having a 2D panel anymore, which doesn't mean that there isn't any. So, how close is the flight model to the real thing? I would say it is, the numbers are pretty good. The actual handling characteristics, I've explained a couple of times already why I find it hard to comment on that, just because I don't have an actual 737 control column powered by an elevator fuel computer here. But I say it's pretty believable. That's what I'd say. And the numbers are pretty good as well. Does the 737 have failures built in? Yes, it absolutely does. And I've actually created a couple of videos with some failures, and I am going to show a couple of more in the future when I get the chance to actually record them online and find some air traffic control who is willing to accept me doing those emergencies. But yes, it does have failures, and I have shown them on my channel. Have a good look, and there will be more to follow. So someone is saying British Airways was still flying 5 A380s as of November 21. What are your views on it now? Do you mean my views based on what I said earlier why I don't want to fly the A380? Or is it based on the A380 as an airplane overall? If it's why I don't want to fly the A380, then yeah, British Airways had 5 of them, but how many routes were they serving with it? Like 4 or 5 routes at best, maybe even less? The question is, do I want to fly just 4 or 5 routes for my entire rest of the career? And the answer is probably not. I mean, if I had the chance, I'd love to fly, for example, the 747 in Lufthansa or the A350, because they have a very diverse route network. And that just promises not to get boring. So, next question. Are there any differences between the 700 and 800 other than the larger airframe? There actually are. One example that I'm just going to show you here is the temperature control system. In the 700, since it's a little bit smaller, you have just 2 zones. So You have the flight deck on the left and the cabin on the right. In the 800, the cabin is split into another zone. So you have the flight deck, temperature, and then you have the forward cabin and the aft cabin. And that basically makes the whole temperature control panel look a little bit different. And the air conditioning system overall is a little bit different. I don't want to go into too much detail now, because then I would need to grab out the AFCOM and show you all the system schematics. But the simple answer is yes, there are differences. Another difference is, for example, the 700 only has the galley power. In the 800 it's a little more sophisticated, since it's a larger airplane, therefore has higher power demand. The flap limit speeds are slightly different. Then of course the tail strike angle is very different. And there are some more differences, but overall there are differences between the airplane. PMDG is going to model all of those to a full accuracy. But when you're actually flying the airplane, of course it does feel similar, because it still is a 737. One of the main differences that I would just like to point out is in the 737-800, when you are rotating the aircraft, the elevator is entering the downwash of the wings because of the longer fuselage. And that means that when you rotate the 800, your elevator is actually going to lose effectiveness between about 8 to 10 degrees. And that makes rotating the 800 aircraft much different to the 700 aircraft, because you rotate it, and then approaching around 7.5 degrees you have to pull stronger on the control column for the nose to keep going at the same rate, and then at 10 degrees you have to relax again a bit on the control column to keep the same rotation rate. So that's probably the largest difference you'll notice actually flying the 800 if you ignore the different air conditioning panel. So Andrew is asking, why does the captain take over the thrust levers on takeoff when the FO is pilot flying? Is it because of the rejected takeoff procedure? Yes, it is. If you do a rejected takeoff or let me start different. The rejected takeoff is purely a decision of the captain. The first officer can voice his opinion, and the first officer can say, Captain, I think we should stop. But the actual decision, unless safety is at severe jeopardy or unless the captain is incapacitated, the actual decision lies with the captain. And reducing the thrust is the very first thing to do. That's why the captain has his hands on the control column and the first officer does not. Somebody's asking, I want to become a 737 pilot as well. Have you got any tips on how to get started? The question is, do you already have an airline transport pilot license? Or a commercial pilot license with the ATPL theory credit? If you do, then there are quite some 737 operators currently hiring. For example, Ryanair is currently taking a lot of new first officers. So go ahead and apply. If you don't have a pilot license yet, then of course you need to think about how can you collect the money for the license. Do you medically qualify to be a commercial pilot? And all these kind of things. But if you decide to become one, just do it. You will find many people on the internet, especially on Facebook, on Instagram, on you name it, who are going to say, no, don't become a pilot. I can tell you personally, don't listen to those people. If you do want to become a pilot, do it. And if those people are saying, but the conditions are so bad now, then let's face it, even a Ryanair pilot is still getting 3,000 euros net a month. Is that a bad salary? It's probably worse than some other airlines are paying, but let's face it, you're 22 years old, sitting in the 737, and you're getting 3,000 euros net a month. That's pretty good salary, I'd say. And if you happen to find a better paying airline, then that's even better. Are you ever bothered by the exposed rear gear when retracted in the fuselage? To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what you mean with that. Do you mean that the wheels are still, let's call it, slightly facing out of the fuselage? If you mean that, then no, not at all. Apparently it works aerodynamically, so Boeing will have thought about that, and if it works, then I'm happy with it. Somebody's asking, is now still a good time to become a pilot? Are there enough jobs at the minute? Let's put it that way. There never is a bad time to become a pilot, because you just can't foresee how that market is developing. 2 years' time that it takes to complete the training is doing so much of a difference. So I would never ever say now is a bad time to become a pilot, because you just can't know what it's going to be like in 2 years' time. So my opinion on it is, if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. And you will always find people saying now is a very good time, you'll always find people saying now is a very bad time. Somebody's asking, am I a German pilot? The answer is yes. Somebody else is asking, am I flying as captain or as first officer? I'm a first officer. Can you hide the game interface in the middle of the screen? You mean this one on the top here, I guess? Yes, there is an add-on on flightsim.to that actually removes that toolbar from showing, but you can still access it when you hover your mouse over it. But the thing is vanishing on its own after a short while, and there is a toolbar that, or rather there is an add-on that makes it even less annoying. Somebody saying on Wednesday 3 A220s had uncontained engine failures in flight. That's concerning. To be totally honest, I don't find it that concerning, because the chance of the same aircraft that's flown for several years developing the same failure independently of one another 3 times on the same day is just so slim. Something will have happened, but I don't think it's something that would put the general safety of the aircraft in jeopardy. I can't tell what has happened there, but I can tell that it's very unlikely that it's a general safety issue with the aircraft. But that's for the authorities to determine, and they will take appropriate action. How much hand flying do you do in the real aircraft versus the autopilot? Generally, below flight level 245, we are allowed to hand fly the aircraft. Of course, it still comes down to the final decision that rests with the captain, and if you're approaching a busy airport, such as any airport in the London area, then you will probably not want to hand fly the aircraft, because you will be busy enough following all ATC instructions carefully. If you're flying to a place, to a remote place, or a place where it's not that busy, then personally I'm hand flying as much as I can. Legally it's allowed below level 245, and if the weather is good, if all conditions are good, then I sometimes disconnect the autopilot at flight level 240 and hand fly it all the way down. Just like I'm sometimes climbing all the way to level 240. But it really depends on the conditions. So how much am I actually hand flying? Well, on most flights I hand fly to level 100 in the climb, then in the descent disconnect as applicable. And personally I do as much hand flying as I can. I can't really put it in any real numbers, as in I'm hand flying these many minutes, but I hope that this answer suits you. If not, please tell me again. So somebody's asking me to show my graphics settings. Yeah, why not? So general options, as I told you, I mainly left it at where the simulator recommended it to be by itself. Actually, why did these reduce to 75? I'm going to set those up again. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, why is there so many things being turned to low? I've set those a lot higher previously. But yeah, welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator. With every update, Asobo is changing your settings. So guys, on the next video, I will have those changed. But looking at those shadow maps here now, at least I know why they've been looking so awful on this flight. So yeah, sorry for that. I absolutely hate it when Asobo changes your settings without telling you anything. And unfortunately they do with some updates. Can you see the baggages loading into the plane? Not 100% sure right now. I tend to say that there is currently no 3D model of them, but I'll have to recheck. Have you ever scared with a flight attendant? Have you ever scored with a flight attendant, a female one? Let's put it that way. The myth of pilots and flight attendants doesn't come from nowhere. But I tend to say it's like doctors and nurses. Wherever you have a certain set of male people and a certain set of female people working together in a rather isolated environment, then of course there is going to be a higher statistic of some of them getting into one another. Now personally I do have a girlfriend, and she's not a flight attendant. Alright, and Anish is just correcting, if I could stick close to my friends and family, would I like to fly the A380 as an aircraft? Yes, of course, absolutely. The A380 all by itself is a beautiful airplane. Have you ever had to do an emergency landing in real life? No. I've had a couple cases with sick passengers, but none of them was actually that bad that it would have been warranted to declare a pan-pan for that. So in all of them we just told ATC and ATC just handled us. But we never had a case that was severe enough that we'd actually have to declare a pan-pan. Can you set if the aspirated true air temperature probe is installed or not? Unfortunately not at the moment, but I'm really begging for PMDG to do it, so believe me, I'm staying on it. Do they have the same FMC software version? The same version compared to what? The FMC is based on the same that the P3D version has also been based on. Somebody's asking if PMDG is going to release a MAX at some point. Yes, absolutely. As far as I'm aware right now, and don't quote me on it, but I think the current sequence is 737-700, then the 600, then the 800, then the 900. After that the 777, then the 747, and then the MAX. So somebody is asking, what is the bent tube coming out of the ceiling on the overhead panel right between front and captain side windshield? I guess you probably mean either this one here, which as far as I remember is for some condensed water to be removed. Or if you mean this one here, this is a handle that you can grab when you are climbing into your seat. As you can see, there's not that much space here, and even if you put the seat all the way to the back here, it's still a little hard to get in, so this one is a handle for the pilot to grab when getting into the seat. And this, as far as I'm aware, and I could be mistaken, is to remove condensed water out of the airframe. Is autism a medical no-no when becoming a pilot? To be honest, I don't know. You would have to ask an aeromedical doctor for that. Somebody's asking to say a couple of sentences in German. Ja, ich kann auch einige Sätze auf Deutsch reden. Allerdings möchte ich diesen Stream lieber auf Englisch halten, damit alle Leute sich angesprochen fühlen. So this basically was, yes, I can speak a couple sentences in German, but I rather keep my stream in English, so that more people can understand it. What's my personal favorite 737 variant? Probably the 700. The 800 is a little bit, yeah, harder to fly. You always have the tail strike concern, and when you're getting up to cruise level you also have very tiny margins, and on the 700 you just have better margins, while also having the that power of the CFM56 engines. Did I want to be an air traffic controller or only pilot? Actually only a pilot. Only when COVID started and when the lockdown started, I actually started getting into the air traffic control side on VATSIM. By now, I'm checked out as a VATSIM C1 controller in Frankfurt. But that's really all that interests me about air traffic control. I rather enjoy, if I'm sitting in an office that many people can only dream about anyway, then I rather enjoy having good views outside over having that little extra pay that an air traffic controller gets, to put it that way. So somebody's saying here, everybody's telling me it's too late for being a pilot. I'm only 16 years old. No, it's absolutely not too late. You can only start your commercial pilot license when you're 17. But first, finish your A-levels in school. And once you've got your A-levels, then start with a pilot license. If you start at the age of 18 or 19, perfectly fine. Personally, I started with my commercial license when I was 21 years old. Is there any age when it's not viable to become a pilot anymore? Like if you're in the mid or late 20s, is it still viable? Yes, I'd say so. I mean, it takes 2 years to complete the training, maybe another half year to find a job. So there's still plenty of time for you. Even if you're 30 years old, then you'll maybe be flying at 33, and you're gonna work until you're 65. You got to realize that. So that's 30 years of flying. Did I find the pogo stick? Unfortunately, not yet. But I'm staying on it. Will I get the Phoenix A320? Yes, absolutely. I will. It sounds very promising. Looking at the previews, the Phoenix seems to be a really sophisticated aircraft, and I'm really looking forward to see what it's going to be like. If it's going to be anywhere close to the 737, which I believe it will be, then it's going to be an excellent aircraft. So yes, I'll definitely get it. What is the first step to becoming a pilot? Well, I could say the obvious, go to a flight school and ask for some information, but I guess that's not what you want to hear. So in my opinion, the first step is to realize which kind of career you are going to enroll on. And you have to realize, I'm talking about European conditions now, by the way, you have to realize when you are deciding to become a pilot, you'll have to accept that you'll probably have to go abroad for a few years. The first job you're going to get is probably going to be one with a low-cost airline, like Wizz Air or Ryanair, and they are not going to assure you any base. So you'll have to accept going abroad. And that's probably the first step. Informing yourself about what the career is going to look like and accepting that. If you want to stay close to the town where your parents live, even if there is a major international airport next to it, well, check if there's any airline having a base at that airport offering pilot training. But that's not the case too often anymore, so chances are you'll have to accept that. Now, I'd say that's probably the first step. What do I like more, VATSIM or IVAO? VATSIM. The reason for that is the audio codec. I just don't really get along with that TeamSpeak that is used on IVAO. Sorry for mispronouncing it. So I just prefer the audio options of VATSIM, and that's why I prefer that network. Do I have any advice for somebody who's failed the audiogram test by 5 decibel at one frequency? What are the next steps? Ask your aeromedical consultant. Ask your doctor. They will know. I could only guesstimate. What's the transition altitude in the European Union? It's different by every country and sometimes even different within the country. You'd have to check the airport charts. So for example, if we are looking at the charts for Palma de Mallorca here, let's give this a second to load. Looking at the ILS chart, over here it's given at 6,000 in Palma de Mallorca. But it's different per country, and sometimes it's even different in the same country. Do I have a Discord server? I started setting one up, but I'm not quite done with it yet, and I'm not 100% sure yet where to take it. For the future. Somebody is saying I'm facing severe problems now from my girlfriend. Well, let me tell you one thing. No, I'm not. She knows that she can trust me that I'm not going to run off with any flight attendant. Can I open the window? Not yet, but it's planned for a future version. Are you using something for the flight interface? Asked by Captain Leon. Could you specify what exactly you mean with the flight interface, please? Because I'm not 100% sure that I can follow you there. Somebody's asking if it's coming for Xbox. Yes, eventually, but first of all, it needs the Xbox version needs to get some more improvements from Microsoft-Asobo, the developers, in order to be actually able to support an aircraft like this. How can you become VATSIM ATC in Germany? Basically, you get your account associated with the VATSIM Europe division, and then you set up an account in the VATSIM Germany forums. That's board.vatsim-germany.org, as far as I remember. And then you will find all the steps that you need to follow. There is some good articles in the wiki article as well. How long does it take from being a first officer to becoming a captain in terms of flying hours? Well, that depends by airline. I'll give you a couple of examples. Eurowings Europe is currently looking for first officers with a fast-track upgrade to become a captain, and they're looking for 4,500 flight hours with, as far as I remember, 1,000 hours on the A320. Don't quote me on the 1,000, that might be actually incorrect, but Eurowings Europe is looking for 4,500 hours. Then, for example, Ryanair is usually doing the command upgrade assessments with their first officers at about 3,000 flight hours. And then other airlines, like for example Condor, is just going by seniority and not by flight hours. And over there, as far as I remember, it's roughly 12 years, 10 to 12 years that you need to become a captain. So if you take an average of maybe 750 flight hours, then you'll end up at some 8,000, 9,000 hours. Is the cost index for the autopilot? No, the cost index is actually an index that's determining the operating cost of the aircraft. It's basically a cost of the crew and cost to operate it divided by the cost for the fuel. It's a little more complex than that, but that's just to give you a basic idea. And the airline is going to set up or to determine which cost index to use for a flight, and then the flight management computer is going to base the climb, cruise and descent speeds on that. So, of course, if you're using VNAV mode, then the airplane is going to follow that cost index, but I won't say that it's for the autopilot, it's for the flight management system. Should I be getting my A levels before getting a private pilot license? No, not at all. Start the private pilot license as early as you can afford it. There is really no better way to get used to flying than by flying, really. Is there a working weather radar? Not yet. As of right now, it's still not possible for third-party developers to access the weather system in the simulator, but that's planned for Sim Update 10. Whenever that's going to come. I believe the schedule is available somewhere on the internet, but I'd have to Google that just like you would have to right now. What is Xbox lacking that PMDG needs? To be honest, I can't tell you 100%. Maybe ask in the PMDG forums, maybe the developers can give you a hint there, but personally I don't know the exact details of what it's lacking right now. Which audio buttons do you turn off during final approach? I've seen you do that. Is that standby ATC COM2? Yes, it is the COM2. And basically we are monitoring the emergency frequency 1 to 1.5 on the second radio. And since unfortunately in real life there are quite some people acting up on that frequency, so if you've got a radio and you listen to 1 to 1.5, don't do it if you're German, it's illegal in here, in this country. But if you're listening to it anywhere else in the world, especially in Southern Europe, you'll have people there making animal noises and all this kind of stuff that's... I don't know. I don't know why you do this. Just, if you're someone doing this in real life, please stop it. It leads to people turning the volume of the COM2 down, and then in case they actually lose radio contact, then they can't hear ATC anymore, because some people found it funny to go on the emergency frequency. So, but that's the reason why we turn it down, because on the approach we want to be able to listen to the ATC frequency without disruptions. That's why we turn it off when passing 10,000 feet in the descent. So it's just because of people who can't behave, which is unfortunate because it can become a safety issue. There have been intercepts where fighter aircraft had to intercept civil aircraft because the pilots had to turn the guard frequency down because of people acting up on there. Somebody is asking how to become a pilot with Ryanair. If you don't have any pilot license at all, there is a Ryanair mentor program, as far as I saw on their website. So just have a look at Ryanair careers, and I'm sure you're going to find that. And if you already have a pilot license, then you can just apply on the Ryanair career website as well. So what's a fast cost index? That's a good question. That really depends on your point of view. Most airlines these days are using cost indexes around between 10 and 20. And the reason is that fuel is just so expensive these days, and the crew, well, isn't as expensive anymore as it used to be 20 years ago. So in my opinion, a fast cost index is already 25. Or 30. Now, many flight simmers are probably going to disagree with that, because they usually fly something in the 50s or even 80s. So of course you can go on cost index 100. Or even higher. But going higher than 100 is hardly going to make a difference. And if you're flying that fast, let's be honest here, you are constantly at the barber pole, so at the maximum airspeed. And what is that going to do? In real life, if you're instructed by ATC to fly that fast, first of all, you're only going to do it if the air is smooth. But secondly, you are constantly watching that speed indicator. Your eyes are basically bent on that indicator, so that by the smallest move upwards, by the smallest wind shift, you are immediately reducing thrust. Do you really want to do that? I mean, it doesn't... It only saves you some very few minutes on a route like we've just flown. If we've flown this at Mach 0.8, we might have saved 5 to 10 minutes at best. Rather 5 than 10. So, what's the use in that? I think a fast cost index is 25. That's giving you decent airspeeds where you don't have to worry about overspeeding all the time. Oh yeah, people making cat noises on guard. Yep, that definitely happens. And let me actually give you a story here. When people are doing this, you often hear annoyed German voices saying, "Guys, be professional." And as much as I support the message, the reaction always is that people are just getting more crazy. And one day apparently there was one guy who was fed up that much. Again, real life story, not a flight simulator story. Who got so fed up, he went, "Guys, be professional. My colleague can't sleep and I can't hear Netflix." Honestly, if we weren't sitting in those seats with the seatbelts attached, we would have been lying on the ground laughing. That was a great one. But then again, of course that's joking, huh? I just want to point that out. You don't watch Netflix in cruise. No. So somebody's asking, how did I finance my flight school? I was pretty lucky. Just after my A-levels, I have been offered a job with Aerosoft as a customer support officer and later on also advising on their Airbus projects. And at that time I've applied with Lufthansa to do the pilot training there, and they just kept delaying it and delaying it and delaying it because they had a surplus of about 900 pilots already at that time whom they've trained, whom they couldn't offer a job. So by that time, initially I thought I'm going to work for Aerosoft for a couple of months only to earn a little bit of pocket money. But then it actually turned into a few years. And over that time I was able to put aside a lot of money, and I already had my private pilot license with a couple hundred hours on the Cessna. So paying the remainder of the flight school, I could actually pay it up front then with the money I earned at Aerosoft. And if you've seen yesterday's stream and you've seen how thankful I've been to Matthias, then that's exactly the reason why. Without Aerosoft, I would not have been able to do my pilot license, so I'm very, very grateful for them. So somebody's asking, can I please back PMDG to add the sun visors in the 737? Believe me, I do. I did during the development, but they have, for a reason I can totally understand, decided that they are first going to try to put the airplane out to you guys because the sun visor isn't a mandatory item. But I'm really begging them to add it at a later point, and I have a feeling that they're probably going to do it. What's the best way to earn money for a private pilot license? Honestly, there is so many ways of earning money, like doing small jobs and everything. The most important thing to finance a private pilot license, in my opinion, is not the way how to earn the money, but how to split the cost. Like once you have the license, then you of course want to go flying regularly. Do it with your friends, do it with your family, offer all of them to fly with you, and then of course share the cost equally, because then an hour in a Cessna is no longer costing you 150 euros, but if you're flying with 4 persons, it's 150 divided by 4, and all of a sudden it becomes manageable. Somebody is asking if you, or rather somebody is saying is really scared not to be able to pass the medical. Honestly, I can't give any medical advice because I'm not an aeromedical examiner. All I can tell you, go to your local aeromedical examiner, ask them, and they will be able to help you. How was my very first flight on the 737? Must have been awesome. Oh yes, you bet it was. My first flight was actually going to Prague, and about a year before my first flight there was a scenery released for Prague for a P3D, and I flew to that quite often. I even did in the PMDG 737, and it was kinda a familiar picture. And there is one picture that I'm always going to remember, that was on the transition into Prague, where we've just been in the turn with 30 degrees of bank on autopilot. I was looking outside and just looking at the scenery there for a small moment that I could spare. And that was basically the moment I realized, hey, I am flying that actual thing now. Not the simulation, the actual one. That was a moment I'm probably going to remember for the rest of my life. What do I like and dislike about the 737 in real life? Well, I do like very much the handling characteristics of the airplane, the manual handling. Also, it's not the most sophisticated avionics system. I mean, it's 30 years old by now, but it works very well. And it is doing the job that it's supposed to do very, very well. That's what I like about it. What I dislike about it is that Boeing built an excellent airplane, really, really good one. And then they remembered, oh, we still have to put pilots in it. So, it would be very nice if it was a little more spacious in the flight deck, especially if you're sitting there for 12 hours. I mean, I see people saying like, oh, the 777 has such a big cockpit because people have to sit in it for 12 hours. Well, the unfortunate reality is that in a 737 you're also going to sit for 12 hours. The difference is just 12 hours after you've been in the 737, you're going to end up where you started. Well, if you sat for 12 hours in the 777, you're probably going to be in Los Angeles, Paris, Tokyo, or whichever nice place you've been flying to. Somebody's wondering, what are the chances of becoming a pilot with low grades in school? To be honest, at least here in Germany, as long as you have your A-levels, it doesn't matter that much how your grades actually were. Because grades in school don't say too much about how good of a pilot you can be. What does count is airlines want to know if you are going to be able to pass the training. So they want to see that you're able to make your A-levels. But the actual grades you're going to get, well, don't take it as an excuse to just stop doing something for school. Because that's not how it works. But you don't have to have the best possible grades in every subject to be able to become a pilot. PMDG will be adding a Netflix account so I can watch it in cruise like I'm doing. Once again, I am very strongly opposing the fact that somebody is saying that I would be watching Netflix in cruise. No, I am not doing that. But we have seen electronic flight bags in flight simulation that were able to just work like a normal internet browser. So you will be able to watch Netflix on it. I'm not sure if PMDG is going to do that for their new electronic flight bag. I don't have any insights into the new EFB right now, but you know, you never know. So somebody's... Anders is saying he's watched a series about a young pilot flying in Malaysia to get their hours in order to get a job at larger airlines. Is that really necessary? No, it's not. In Europe, there will usually always be airlines that are taking pilots out of flight school. Now, the conditions in those jobs may vary. Like, again, Wizz Air, Ryanair, or many Eastern European companies, you're probably not going to get the very best working conditions. But they do take pilots right out of flight school. So, going to the other half of the world to collect some hours, I don't think that that's reasonably to be expected for your flying career in Europe. So Peter is asking if I can ask Robert to add a camera shaking on the touchdown to make it look more realistic. At the moment it's very smooth. To be totally fair, I like it that smooth. I've said it a couple of times. I've both explained it in PMDG's forum as well as in the comments here, and I believe also in yesterday's video. That topic came up during development, and I checked. I really had a good look in real life, like how is that actually looking when I'm landing the plane. And honestly, I know what many of you will be expecting, because when you are watching flight deck videos, you see that camera shake of the GoPro that's probably not mounted perfectly. But the truth is that for the pilots it doesn't look like that. For the pilots it's actually looking pretty smooth like it is in the simulator now. And I'm pretty happy with it the way it is. So, somebody's asking, is it too late to start a career as a commercial pilot at the age of 34? Well, my simulator buddy during my 737 type rating was 36, and it was his third career. So, do airlines look into your theoretical ATPL results? Oh yes, they do. They definitely do. And many flight schools offer you the opportunity to split your theoretical exams. I would not recommend you to do that, because that's all going to be represented on the score sheet that you're going to get and that you'll have to submit to the airlines. And my recommendation is, if you can by any means do it, do all 14 subjects in the same number of days. Like, usually if you go to the exam, at least here in Germany, then it's 3 days. So do all 14 subjects in that. And I'd say aim for an average of 90%. 85 is fine as well, but 90 is what some airlines are looking for. For example, TUI, at the time I finished my ATPL, didn't invite anyone who had an average score of less than 90%. And, of course, did everything on the same block and didn't split the topics. Somebody's asking, is the level D sim similar to the real thing? Of course it's similar, but it's not 100% like the real thing. You can still feel that it's a computed flight model. And the rotation and the flare is also a bit different. It does the job of training you for the real plane, but it's not 100% like the real plane. Not 100%. It's very close. It fulfills all the requirements you can possibly have for flight training. You can practice hand flying in it, no doubt about that at all. But it's not 100% like a real thing. It's probably 99%. Can I make a video about the configuration possibilities in the 737? I'll check with Robert from Dasso if he's actually doing such a video for the PMDG official YouTube channel, because I believe the different configuration options are among what he is going to do, and if he's doing it, then I don't see sense doing it twice. But if he's not doing it, then I'll certainly look into it. So is going into the Air Force a good path to becoming a future commercial pilot? Well, don't go into the Air Force just because you want to become a commercial pilot. Flying in the Air Force is different. You're in the military. That comes with everything that comes with military. So, unless you really want to serve your country, and unless you really want to be in the Air Force, I would say, is it a good idea to go to the Air Force just to become a commercial pilot 15 years later? I'd say there are better ways to do it. Of course, in the Air Force you do learn some very, very good hand flying, so the skills you learn in the Air Force will obviously be very well suited to get you into the airlines afterwards. But would I recommend it as an alternative if you can finance it? Well, only if you can generally see yourself in the military as a soldier. If that's something that you're open to, then by all means go for it. But if you would say, like, nah, I don't see myself killing anyone, and keep in mind, if you're in the military, you'll also have to be willing to pull that trigger if they command you to do so. If that's fine with you, fine, go for it. If you think, no, that's not for me, then don't do it. So is flying 12 or 13 hours a year enough to keep the PPL? I believe 12 is actually the legal limit, plus a yearly check ride. But that was by the time I did my PPL, so that's been a couple years ago. Things might have changed, and of course things might be different in different parts of the world. How was my first solo flight? Amazing. Really amazing. I don't quite know how to put that in proper words, because it's an experience you can't really compare, I would say. Obviously the plane flew quite a bit different. It lost quite a bit of the stability it had due to the weight previously, so it was much quicker to react to your inputs, and also it was a little harder to flare in my opinion, because it just wanted to keep flying. But, well, that's just different handling characteristics. If you have a light 737, if you're doing a ferry flight, then the 737 is also flying totally different than if you have a full airplane with 189 passengers on board. Do I think it's better to wait for the other versions of the 737? No, not at all. Not at all. Now, if you say that you exclusively want to fly that one airline operating only an 800, then by all means please wait for it. Wait for the 800. I'm not going to force anyone into buying a 700 if you don't want it. But by all means, it's an excellent aircraft. There are still some operators flying the 737 in real life if you only want to do real life routes. So by all means, especially if you're in the US, I mean, I'm saying there are still some operators, and then again, the largest airline in the world is mainly flying 700s. So excuse me for that, Southwest. But by all means, I would say get the 700 and then get the 800 later if you want it, and then consider other models. Personally, I would for sure get the 700 and the 800. Would I get the 600? Personally, probably not. Would I get the 900? That really depends. I don't see myself doing a lot of 900 flying, so probably not. But then again, if I all of a sudden get onto the trip of flying United Airlines or American Airlines or something like that, then I'd probably run right to the PMDG store and get a 900. Which aircraft do I like the most when it comes to looks? That's a good question. The A330 is a great looking plane, but the A350 is as well. And then there are some business jets like the Global that I really like. But if I have to decide on one aircraft, phew, I don't think I can. I really don't think I can. Well, if in any doubt, we are talking about PMDG overall in this stream, so it's going to be the Wood Pigeon. Somebody is asking again, does it have a weather radar? No, it still doesn't. It will get one as soon as Asobo is actually unlocking the weather for third-party developers. So Peter is saying the 787 is the best looking. I agree, it's a very good looking plane. Though in my personal taste not the best. But very good for sure. What's my favorite general aviation aircraft? That's a good one. I mean, the obvious answer is the one I'm flying at the moment. But right now I'm not flying any, so I can't just give a general answer to that. There are so many great ones. I mean, take the basic stuff like the Piper 28, the Cessna 172, they're all nice aircraft. But then, if you're flying a Seneca, and forget about the money for a second, then that's an even nicer aircraft. And I still need to fly... I would have to fly them all in order to actually make something up there. By the looks, I wouldn't want to decide on one. By any other means, I'd have to fly them all. So Johnny is asking, does it have terrain radar? Listen to me for a second. It does not have terrain radar, but it does have the EGPWS terrain display. You can see that one in action here on the FO's display. Now, why am I saying it? Radar means that the aircraft is emitting radar pulses which are returned, and then the aircraft is making a picture out of that. And weather radar actually has a terrain map function. You can see it here, the map button. But the map button is currently not working. And I don't think I remember any flight simulator aircraft that actually ever had a functioning terrain radar. Actually, no, I'm lying. The Aerosoft Airbus had it. But it was pretty FPS intensive, which is why I never used it. But the Aerosoft Airbus had it. And later on the Milvis radar, I believe did it as well for FSX and P3D. So I lied to you earlier when I said that it was never available. But therefore, no terrain radar, but most certainly the EGPWS terrain display, which is what most simmers are referring to as terrain radar. So, is learning a bit of ATPL from YouTube from the age of 17 good? You can't start learning early enough. I started flight simming when I was maybe 12 years old. It might have been a bit earlier even. I mean, I remember when I got my first flight simulator was FS98. And at that time, literally the only thing I found funny about it was either taking the Sopwith Camel, position it on one of the twin towers on the helipad, taxiing it over the edge of the building, and then picking up speed in the descent, and then flying slalom in between the skyscrapers. And what I also loved is taking the 182 back in FS98 and trying to fly it through the Brandenburger Tor in Berlin. And then when eventually I got the FSX, I started slowly getting into more and more. Like initially I was just sort of doing traffic patterns, well, more like just taking that default 737 and flying the default missions. Like the one where I landed in Rotterdam in that really bad weather with a passenger having a heart attack. And of course the flight from Rome to Naples through the valley. I will probably remember those for a long time to come. But I started learning more and more about aviation with this. And it's never too early to start learning. And by the time I've started my ATPL, I had built up quite a knowledge base. And we have to be honest here, it's half knowledge at best. But if you are going through ATPL theory and the instructor is explaining things, then you will be like, oh, I've heard this before. And then you can sort of make up the big picture out of the several thousand pieces of the small puzzle that you have collected previously in flight simulation. So by all means, start with it as early as you can, because it can only help you later on. Do you think the PMDG 737 is going to come out at 0 UTC? No, it's not. Robert Randazzo made an announcement in the forum that he aims to release between 1700 and 2359 tomorrow. Tomorrow being the 9th of May, if you're watching this at a later date. Do I love my job? Absolutely. There's no doubt about it at all. If my alarm clock is ringing at 3 in the morning because I have to go fly a 4-sector day, a long 4-sector day, then I don't mind about it. And I think in order to not mind about the alarm clock at 3 in the morning, you have to love your job, don't you? How long did it take from my ATPL theory start to all exams passed? Let me think about it. I believe it's been 6 months of active instructing in the classroom, then another 2 months of self-study, so around about 8 months. Have you ever flown Kaitak approach in a simulator? Not yet. I probably will. Do you play any video games beside flight sims? Yes and no. Not actively, as in seriously trying to do something on those games. But from time to time I have my start menu open. And for example, you have U-Boat here, you have War on the Sea, you have Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So yeah, I do play those. But not as serious. Like if Star Wars Fallen Order had a multiplayer, I'd probably be the first one getting killed at all times. So, on the FO's ND, is that a working terrain radar? As said, it's not a radar, it's a database display from an onboard database in the aircraft. But yeah, it's working. Do you ever get cockpit visits? Before I started flying professionally, I begged with any flight attendant on any flight I did. Like, on the boarding. Is there any chance I could maybe have a quick visit to the flight deck? And back then, yeah, I did see quite a couple of flight decks back then, mostly during deboarding. Nowadays, to be honest, I'm not that much into doing flight deck visits anymore. Because I know what a flight deck looks like, and when I'm flying somewhere as a passenger, then I'm nowadays more interested about getting there. I mean, that might be different if I happen to fly on a 787 or an A350 or an A380 or something. Because that's... But mostly I fly on A320s or 737s, and I've seen those. I know what they look like. What was my first solo like? I've talked about it a couple minutes ago. Just watch the replay for that, okay? So, I'm really sorry for just skipping to the next question. So somebody asked yesterday about the thrust levers and is now about asking for the yoke and pedals. I'm using the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke and the Thrustmaster Pendular pedals. Do I like them? That's probably the next question that's gonna come. The answer is yes, I do. Are they perfect? No, absolutely not. Are they good? Yes, absolutely. What airline do I fly for? I'm really sorry, but my airline doesn't want me to actually name it, because we have a rather tight social media policy, like most airlines actually have, and I'm not a spokesperson for the airline, so my apologies for not saying which airline I'm flying for. Will you be able to open the cockpit windows? Yes, eventually, but not on the first release. Would I like to transition to long haul one day? Yeah. I definitely want to try it. If someone asked you to make a jump seat of the takeoff, what can you say? The only thing I can honestly say is I would absolutely love you to allow it, but if I do, then the next day I'm jobless. So the law is just that it's not possible. So as much as I would really, really love to allow people on the jump seat, it's just not possible. Does the 737 have auto throttle? Yeah, absolutely. Does the aircraft have rain effects? Yep, it definitely does. And I can actually show you those. So, first of all, let's get off VATSIM. We're blocking the gate for long enough now. But if I'm just changing this into daylight conditions, because it looks a bit nicer then, and we are going to rainy weather. Then the Microsoft Flight Simulator weather engine is acting up, and it's actually not raining. Come on, give me something. Storm. We hear the sound and nothing happens. Well, good job, Asobo. Kindly get your simulator to work. Okay, I don't know what it is, sorry, but the sim is just not showing any rain at all right now, so I'm sorry. Would have loved to show you. What did I mean with people trolling on Com2? I mean that in certain parts of the world, some people are just making animal noises and stuff. Like, you're flying along and all of a sudden you hear like meow. Come on, that's unnecessary. It's not funny, it doesn't help anyone, don't do it. Somebody's asking if I would like to switch to Airbus. Yeah, I would. But it's not because of all those Boeing versus Airbus debate, it's just because I think the Airbus is a slightly nicer place to work in, because it's tailored a little bit for pilot comfort. Thinking about not having that thing between your legs, don't laugh, and having that table, yeah. I think the Airbus might be the slightly more comfortable place to work in. Yeah, might be that I'm not seeing anything due to the graphic settings, but I'd really not like to kill those, to fiddle with the graphic settings during a live stream, because I don't trust Microsoft Flight Simulator 100% not to crash and stuff. So for the next stream I'll have it up and running, okay? And somebody's just asking by amateur, by people on Com2, do I mean amateur people on the frequency on the ground? No, I actually mean professional pilots flying an airliner with I don't know how many people on, doing this stuff on their second radio because they are bored in flight. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Are there working wipers? Well, there are moving wipers. But PMDG is using the standard simulator rain effect here, because, to be honest, it is pretty good. I really mean it. It is looking pretty good. Do they wipe away the rain? Not yet. It's something Asobo is working on for an update. And I know some of you are going to say, but Phoenix can do it. And yes, they can, because they have programmed an entirely custom rain effect. But programming that custom rain effect is maybe taking a developer a couple of weeks. And that same time you could also do, for example, some windshields or some sunshades, I mean, or stuff like that. So if there is something where Asobo promised that it is going to come to the base simulator in due time, then is it really worth investing the extra development resources to get that done? Personally, I don't think so. So it's going to come once Asobo updates their simulator to actually be able to do it. So next question, what was the most difficult part of my type rating? That's hard to say, that's really hard to say. I think actually passing the theoretical exams, because in flight simulation, people tend to say 737 is not complex. Believe me, it is complex. And getting all that right, and then being able to answer those multiple choice questions, isn't that quite that easy? So it is a little bit of work to put into. So that was probably the most difficult part. So is it pilots or can everyone talk on Com2? Is it real life or simulator? It's real life and it's pilots, unfortunately. But of course, you can buy radios on eBay that are able to transmit in the aviation band or in the aviation frequency band. So yeah, maybe it is possible, but don't do it, really. And if you're thinking about doing it right now, because I've said that, yeah, it's possible to buy one of those radios, then let me tell you one thing. There have been cases in Germany where somebody was doing that, and the police came up with a helicopter, and they are able to locate where you are. And they got that guy. He's got 10 years of prison for it. Somebody is saying, is this really my last stream? It's my last stream for the next 5 days. And after that, I'll have to see how much time I can find. Because the next 5 days I'm flying on late shift, so I'm not going to be home when So I'm not going to be home by the time where most of the ATC is online. But after that, I'm most certainly going to do some more streams. Somebody's asking, is it frame rate friendly? Yeah, it is. On my system, it's getting me a little bit better frames than the fly-by-wire A320 Neo. And around about the same that the Aerosoft CAJ is getting me. Somebody is saying he's got a friend who's an FO for an airline in the United Kingdom, and he's saying that there's more trolling and jokes in real life than on flight sim. Most certainly more jokes. Most certainly. Trolling? No. At least not in the airline I work for, and not in any airline that I know, because trolling can be dangerous if somebody falls for it. But more jokes? Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. How much do I earn as a pilot? Well, I don't quite find it that appropriate to talk about pilot salaries, but it's more than enough. So someone's asking, ATPL is better than FAA? Well, that's two totally different things. ATPL is the Airline Transport Pilot License, and the FAA is the American Civil Aviation Authority. So, that's two different things. Someone is saying buying a radio that can transmit to aircraft is illegal where he's coming from. Yeah, it is in many countries. Luckily. Which features besides the electronic flight bag are missing in this version? Now let me think back to the P3D days. The initial release version is not going to have the EFIS map style displays, because hardly anyone was using them, and they had a couple of issues that might have delayed the release by about a week or so it was decided to take them out for the initial release version. But they are going to be added again with a later update. Apart from that, can I think of any features? Yeah, auto ground operations. Right now you only have manual ground operations, where you have to type all the passengers and everything in, and auto ground operations also had a couple of issues that would have delayed the release, therefore it was decided to add them in again with a later update. So, somebody's asking, what's the funniest thing I've heard on the radio? Two things. The first was when somebody asked, when somebody did those animal noises and somebody replied, "Guys, be professional. My colleague can't sleep and I can't hear Netflix." That was just great. Because every time you hear somebody say, "Guys, be professional." But that addition, it just came so totally unexpected, if you know what I mean. And apart from that, I've heard a case in the United Kingdom where a pilot was a little bit bitchy, to put it that way. And London Control just replied, "Yeah, no problems at all. Now proceed direct Kilo Oscar Kilo VOR." Now, yeah, that might not be 100% an appropriate joke, but it definitely was funny. So, Galligo is asking if I plan on another flight. No, I actually don't. It's 10 PM where I am, and I have to fly for real tomorrow. Actually on a line track. So, no. And I'll have to get to an end with the stream as well in a couple more minutes. So can we do an emergency landing for the kicks? Well, not in this live stream, but there are a couple available on my channel if you want to see them. For example, the rapid decompression or the manual reversion videos. So manual reversion is failure of hydraulic systems A and B. So there you can see some emergency landings, and I am going to do a couple more videos of that style, like engine failures and so on. So somebody's asking, is the American pilot license worse than the EASA issued one? No. The licenses are basically equal. One difference is that in the US, to get an ATPL you have to have 1,500 hours, and with a CPL you're not allowed to fly on an airliner with, I believe, more than 80 seats. Don't quote me on that number, please. In EASA country, you have your CPL with the ATPL theory credit, you can fly any aircraft as first officer. Well, except for military aircraft, of course. So, will I be able to print METAs? The answer is no. The 737 doesn't have ACARS or a printer. Now, for ACARS, I've explained a couple of times why it doesn't have it. And for a printer, well, you're going to laugh. My airline doesn't have a printer in real life. Neither are we using ACARS in real life in my airline. Have I ever landed at Heathrow? Unfortunately not in real life. We fly to a different London airport. Alright, so I think we'll have to leave it at this. If any more questions are coming up, please feel free to post them in the comments of the stream on YouTube once I've finished the stream. I'll endeavor to answer as many questions as possible. And thank you very much for bearing with me. Just now looking at the number of people who've watched that stream, I'm really impressed once again how well it is received, and it really motivates me to do some more. So, thank you very much for watching. As a final last word, if you do want to support my channel, in pretty much any of my videos there's a link to buy me a coffee in the description, so if you do feel like supporting the channel, then I'm more than happy if you do, and I can promise you that 100% of the returns of that buy me coffee link are going right back into the channel. Eventually at some point probably a new microphone, since I've heard some people complaining about it, but that's still quite a way off since a professional microphone is not that cheap, but most certainly some more add-on sceneries and stuff like that. So thank you very much, wishing you all great evening, great afternoon wherever you are, probably a great morning even if some of you are watching from Australia. So thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to see you again on the next time. Until then, that's me signing off, and I'm wishing you all a great evening. Bye bye.